All right, we're going to call to order the regular city council meeting of April 22nd, 2024. If the clerk can call the roll.
Of course. Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Here.
Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Vice Mayor Lowing. Mayor Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Koo.
Here.
For the record, 6 present.
All right, wonderful. Thank you and welcome everyone. Big day. Happy Passover, happy Earth Day. And to start our day, we have a special order of the day, which is really exciting, an opportunity to recognize youth living in Palo Alto or enrolled in Palo Alto schools who have received the President's Volunteer Service Award as certified by Youth Community Service for this academic year between July 1st, 2023 to February 15th, 2024. And I believe there is a presentation from YCS. Welcome, Ms. Uman.
Thank you. Ooh, this is high. Good evening, Mayor Stone and council members and city staff. Thank you for having us here today. We are really excited to be here to recognize students in our community who have received the President's Volunteer Service Award. Next slide, please. Just a little bit about YCS. YCS is an organization that's based here in Palo Alto. We were formed in 1990 as a partnership between the cities of East Palo Alto, and the 2 school districts, PAUSD and Ravenswood School District. And I want to thank the city of Palo Alto for all of your support through the HISRAP program and additional funding. We work in San Mateo and Santa Clara County. I don't want to spend too much time on us. You can look us up on the website because I do want to leave some time for some students to speak and some of our partners as well. So the next slide, please. You can see what our impact is in the community. The next slide is a little bit more about what the PVSA is. So that's the President's Volunteer Service Award. Yes, that is the President of the United States that recognizes and honors people who dedicate their time to community service. Next slide, please. Anyone from the age of 5 to the age of 500 can apply for the President's Volunteer Service Award. And it's the time that you choose to dedicate that gets recognized. There is a different number of time amounts, ranges, depending on how old you are, how young you are. And we also, people are encouraged to do it as teams. So if you belong to an organization or a team, you can actually apply for it together. Next slide, please. So this is what we're here today to honor. These are students who in the academic year of 2023-24, sorry, that was a typo, just 1 year, up till February 15th. So these are people who were recognized for their service. There were 75 students in middle and high school that were recognized by President Biden. They dedicated over 11,700 hours of service among about 152 community organizations such as Dreamcatchers, the VA Medical Center, and we have 2 representatives today from the Marine Mammal Center and also from Silicon Valley Bicycle Exchange who will be giving a few brief comments. So next slide. It's time to celebrate our youth. So thank you. We will go through a number of slides of some of the work so you can get a sense of the types of volunteer services that the students were involved in. So we can go through the next few slides fairly rapidly. Thank you, Smriti. Thank you, Lucas. Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Ryla. Xander, for your service, and Adi, and Rose, and Chris. Thank you so much. And now we will have 2 student speakers. We will begin with Gibran, and then we will have, actually, let's begin with Emma. Emma, could you come up to the podium, please? Thank you.
Hello. I hope you guys are having a good night. I did my service award over the summer for around like I can't even remember, 180 hours. I did a lot of different things that I'm like really proud of. One of which was obviously the youth community service summer of service program, where along with like a group of local teens, we planned their National Day of Service event, which I believe welcomed around 300 to 400 volunteers this fall. It was a great opportunity to kind of get behind kind of the logistics of promoting and getting that service out there. I also did an internship at the Walter Hayes Summer School. So I was able to really interact with I think I worked with the classroom of second graders. It was really fun. Basically like shadowing a teacher, planning lessons with her, and eventually being able to hold a lesson myself, teaching them about robotics, building my own scissor lift, teaching them about different mechanisms, and inspiring that kind of early passion for that type of stuff in lower income students. That was really cool. And something that I didn't show here was I was also a volunteer at numerous VEX robotics events over the summer. So that was partly helping many new students get into the robotics field, helping to kind of run and manage that event. I'm really grateful for all the opportunities I was able to engage with this summer, and I'd do it again. Thank you.
LeBron, could you come up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for letting me speak today, and thank you, everyone else. Participating in community service has been an incredibly rewarding experience for me, and I'm eager to share how it's impacted my life and my community. The value of service and giving back to one's community has always been a part of my life. Growing up in a South Asian household, I learned the concept about seva, the practice of selfless service performed without expectation or reward. This principle taught me the profound importance of dedicating oneself to the betterment of others and society as a whole. In addition to seva, because we were also in a Muslim household, I learned the concept of khidma. Khidma, meaning service in Arabic, embodies the essence of devotion, virtue, and benefit. Through acts of khidma, we express our commitment to serving not only the divine, but our fellow community. These teachings have shaped both my understanding of community service and my connection to my Muslim and South Asian identities. They align seamlessly with the mission and vision of YCS, which seeks to empower youth to become leaders and serve their communities. So over the summer, I was lucky enough to get the Gold Award for a young adult. And one of the activities that I did this summer was I went on a global leadership camp to Kenya, where I was able to teach at a school with disabilities, the students with disabilities. It was very rewarding. We put up posters in the classroom. We taught about the environment, put up trash cans around the classroom. It was a very rewarding experience, and I learned a lot. So thank you.
Thank you. This is Gibran's slide. I apologize. We didn't get it in time to have it for you in your packages, but we will send it to you. We will have two partners here from the community who will speak briefly as well. I hope we still have time. Is that okay? Okay.
Hi, I'm Jack Miller from the Silicon Valley Bicycle Exchange. We had the pleasure of hosting quite a few students from Palo Alto high schools this year. We're very pleased to have them, and I want to extend my congratulations to all of the students who won the award this year. We had very good success with the students that we had. And I want to say these programs, probably ours as well as most of the others, provide experiences and skill sets that the students won't get in high school. I think we provide some very different ways of doing things and STEM education. And I think this is a valuable program. So the Silicon Valley Bicycle Exchange, with the help of students like these and hundreds of others this year, will turn out about 800 bikes that we donate to charity. We'll do offsite repair events, as we have at both the high schools already this year, fixing upwards of 400 bicycles for the students. So we hope to be very productive in doing that, with more students coming to us this summer. Thank you.
Great. And the final speaker of our group is Monica with Marine Mammal Center.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council members, for inviting us to be here today to honor these students.
I am a supervisor on Friday night crew at the Marine Mammal Center, and I work with 3 youth up and down the coast. The one that I'm here to represent today is Jae Hyun Park, who has been working on our crew for 3 years. We rescue, rehabilitate, and release sea lions and seals up along the coast, about all as far north as Crescent City, as far south as San Luis Obispo. The students who come in to help us learn how to feed the animals, sometimes tube feeding the animals, how to hand feed animals, how to care for them, treat them. And they are also in a volunteer program where they have to mentor other students, and they go out and educate the public on our coastlines and what is happening in our environment. Students who want to volunteer can go to the marinemammalcenter.org and can go to how to become a volunteer for students. Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes our presentation. I just want to thank all of you for being exemplary examples of service. And I also want to thank the parents, the caregivers, grandparents, siblings, teachers, mentors who are in the audience who have made time to be here and recognize the students. And most importantly, thank you to all the students who are here and for their service to our community. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, first, I want to thank just all the people, all the young people here who earned this prestigious award. This is such an incredible honor. And I think unlike so many accolades people receive in whether it be athletics or other areas or the programs, this award truly is just a testament to your selflessness and your compassion and your willingness to be able to give back to the community. And I think it's really appropriate that we are honoring you on Earth Day in particular. I mean, climate change is impacting all generations and ages, but it will be felt most acutely by our youngest generations. And while we're all going to bear the burden of addressing climate change, the youth is inevitably going to do most of that challenging work. But I get to be filled with so much hope and optimism tonight, looking out and seeing all the young faces in this room that are already doing so much at such a young age to be able to give back to their communities in a variety of ways, that I know you are all up to the challenges that we're facing, both climate change and a variety of social and economic problems that our world faces. So I am so optimistic and hopeful. So thank you on behalf of all of us. Thank you. And we'd love to honor all of you by coming up and taking a photo with us. So we would really appreciate that. So we'll bring up all the students who received an award to the dais and take a photo. So thank you. And then I'll come back to Councilmember Koo. Councilmember Ku, if you'd like to speak to this.
I was just going to say congratulations. So congratulations to all of you. And I would have loved to hear all of your stories about what you did. So if there's a way to organize that, Maura, it would be lovely to hear what everybody did. Thank you.
All right, we are now going to go on to our closed session, which is a conference with labor negotiators. Do we have any public comment on the closed session?
We have no requests to speak and no hands are raised for the closed session item.
Thank you. Any motions to go into closed session?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Councilmember Burt, seconded by Councilmember Vinker. And when the clerk's ready, you can take the vote.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1, Vice Mayor Lowing absent.
All right, the closed session is tentatively scheduled to end at 6:45, but again, that's an estimated time. We might be earlier or later. Thanks for your patience. additions and deletions. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We do not have any changes to your agenda. I did want to note for public awareness that staff issued a supplemental report on item number 10 on your consent agenda. This is 739 Sutter Avenue. So again, just for public awareness, there was a supplemental report issued on that item and is available online.
Great, thank you. All right, let's move on then to public comment. Let's see, and Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have in total?
We currently have a total of 24 requests to speak. That is including the two groups.
Okay, thank you. Since we have over 20 speakers, we will limit the groups to 5 minutes each, and each individual speaker will have 1 minute. Just going to go over some kind of ground rules, ensure we are all aware of expectations for public comment. We will close off accepting new public commenters when I'm done with my remarks. So if you'd like to get your comments in, please do so. Or sorry, if you'd like to speak, please do so now. Raise your hand on Zoom or give the clerk your comment card. So first and most importantly, the City of Palo Alto values inclusion and tolerance. We strive to create a safe space for all to express their views. Any intimidation or harassment of anyone in this room will not be tolerated. Second, the First Amendment protects an individual's right to express their views in this public space. And while we are able to implement reasonable time, space, and manner restrictions, we cannot prevent a speaker from expressing their views, no matter how much we may disagree with it. If the speaker is saying something that you do disagree with or you find troubling, you are welcome to excuse yourself from the room until after the person has finished their comments. We will not tolerate members of the public interrupting a speaker. Everyone is guaranteed their time to speak, but your time is limited to your 1 minute of public comment. Please withhold all your commentary both during and after someone is speaking. We ask that you do not clap or make any verbal remarks, as they may make people feel uncomfortable in expressing their views. And finally, we ask that you honor people's personal space and right to express themselves. And please respect each other and respect the forum that we have created here for people to share their perspectives. And with that, then, we can begin. Madam Clerk.
So sorry, Mary, I missed the group speakers time. 5 minutes and individuals 1 minute. Thank you. Our first speaker is Yazan.
I would like to share with you an experience I had in Town and Country a few days ago. I took my daughter shopping for some milk and some groceries, and I ran into a friend, another Palestinian friend. We spoke for a couple of minutes outside of the store. We exchanged some words, mostly in English, a few in Arabic. Out of the blue, a woman, probably in her 50s, came running at us, shouting. She had very full visibility of my daughter holding on to my hand. Yet she went ahead and continued to shout at me and my daughter, pointing fingers. She called us terrorists. She called us Hamas. She asked us to leave this country and to go back wherever we came from. She blamed us for the hostages. She blamed us even for the Palestinians who are being killed in Gaza. By the time she left, I noticed that my daughter was tugging at my hands, pulling me towards the car to get back inside. I sat with her, and by the time I got to look at her face, I could see the tears in her eyes. My daughter is only 6. And in that moment, I look at her eyes and I see nothing but fear and a lot of questions. She asked me, why did that woman hate us? Why does she hate the people in Gaza? Why was she shouting at us? She did not understand. So I said, trying to explain, maybe it's how we look. Maybe it's how we were dressed. Maybe it's the language we were speaking. So she asked me, so is it like Rosa Parks on the bus? It was hard to answer that, but I had to say yes. That's what was happening. So when you tell me next time what's happening in Gaza is not a local issue, it is a local issue. By remaining silent about the lives of Palestinians, you are giving a license to bigots and racists to assault little children who look like my daughter and put them in harm's way. So I want to ask you, is this really the Palo Alto you are trying to build? Is this what we stand for? A place where we empower racists to attack children? I'm glad that our school district is able to teach our children enough so that they can start to grasp the concept of racism at a young age. But it's devastating that my daughter had to experience it firsthand and have to internalize it at this age. And if you say that calling for an end to the assault and saving the lives of Palestinians and Israelis alike is divisive, I will tell you not calling for it is divisive. Because now you're allowing people like this to feel so empowered, so entitled that a child 6 years of age has to experience this simply because she's a person of color. I did not want to bring her here, and I hope she wouldn't have to come and testify around things like this in the future. I urge you to think hard about what this means for our community, our allies, and people who look like me and like my daughter. She deserves better than this from all of us. And a lot of children, no matter how they look like, what their skin color is, who they pray to, they all deserve better from us in this town. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Talha.
Good afternoon, Council. I know many of you recognize us and have built relationships with some of us at this point. And I do want to thank those of you who have extended a hand to understand where we're coming from. We appreciate that. Those who haven't, I urge you to do so and to see the humanity in your fellow neighbor and understand why after month, week after week, we come here to address you, to bring the importance of this issue to light in this city that we all love. Many of you know about the peaceful protest and rally that we held yesterday on the steps of City Hall. It was not easy to put that together after our first peaceful protest and rally at the end of March. There were many, many accusations thrown at us. Some came from this council, and we did not appreciate being put in that position. There was an amount of hysteria, I would say, that was going around. And it really did feel like a double standard was being applied to us. In this last protest application process, I did my very best to put my best foot forward and engage with the Palo Alto PD, engage with the city council members that I am familiar with, and let them know what we were doing and where we stood. And even still, there were text exchanges I had with a member of the Palo Alto PD who was very helpful, but there was a tinge of racism in them, a double standard, and having to explain very basic concepts of what constitutes a human rights or civil rights organization under this or of, affiliated with anyone who's pro-Palestinian or pro-Muslim or pro-Arab is affiliated with terrorism is a stain, I think, on this city for us to have to constantly defend ourselves. And some of that has to do with the silence from this council. I know it's a divisive subject, but if we look at the core of it, killing children, thousands and thousands of children, is not divisive. It should not be difficult for us to condemn the killing of tens of thousands of children, as it was easy for us to condemn the killings on October the 7th, as former Mayor Koo did. There was a double standard in that act as well, and it has not been righted, and it continues to remain an issue that hurts this community deeply. Every single day for the last 6 months, I see children dying on my phone every day. As a grown man, I have not cried this much in my adult life ever. And it is appalling to see the community leaders not step up when it matters most. I know it is a difficult issue. Even the very peaceful protests we had, I understand, came with tons of consequences for you, and I can appreciate them. But it is the true embodiment of a leader to stand up when it matters most. And we are nearing the end of that point where you can do so. It will become politically convenient at some point to say, yes, call for a ceasefire, when how many more thousands of children need to die? At that point, you will not be an ally. You will not be someone who stands on the side of human rights. You will be someone who is being politically convenient, someone who is taking advantage of that moment. If you view yourselves as a leader of this community, as a leader of all Palo Altans, I urge you, please, look deeply inside. Look at your kids, look at your grandkids, look at your neighbors, and see the humanity of all of us. There have been many rumors spread about our movement, the pro-Palestinian movement. It's a movement that is anti-racist. We are against the taking of hostages, whether they were Israeli or Palestinian. The deaths of Israelis and Palestinians alike hurt us deeply. But the conflation of being pro-Palestinian with being pro-terrorism or being labeled as anti-Semitic is absolutely false. It is something that, again, hurts us very deeply because we witness acts of Islamophobia and anti-Arab, anti-Palestinian racism constantly, and those do not get the same level of attention. Please, I urge you, wake up. It is time to wake up. It is time to act as a leader and to represent all of those in Palo Alto. Call for an end to this violence. It will save lives everywhere.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Julia Z.
All right, good evening, City Council members, and happy Earth Day. I hope you are doing well. We are members of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. I'm Julia Zeitlin, a senior at Castellea and executive director of PASC. These are my fellow student leaders here in the chambers with me today, representing all three of the major local high schools in Palo Alto, Gunn, Pali, and Castellea. We were here at City Hall this past Friday on the 19th in a gathering of about 100 students and community members of all ages to unite for a climate justice rally. We heard from student speakers and local politicians, including the Green Commissioner of Gunn High School, Angelina Roche, and Stanford graduate student Joby Bernstein. We united to uplift student voices, youth activism, and showcase the powerful ways individuals can take transformative climate action. Next slide, please. All three of us, supported by the students and adults that you see here in the chambers this evening, together in solidarity, we are urging you to recommit yourself to climate this Earth Day. From this day forward, we are urging you to move with greater urgency, intensity, and dedication to sustainability. Next slide, please. This is from the rally. Next slide, please. And then next slide, please. One more, All right. So our past members continue to hear three main concerns about reaching our climate goals that appear to be out of our hands or out of the council's hands. The first being determining funding sources for SCAP, 2, grid readiness and reliability, as well as the funds needed to update the grid, and 3, we no longer have our all-electric new construction reach code. These challenges are daunting, but we can't just put up our hands and leave the rest to the Office of Sustainability. We believe and know that and hope that the council can do more. Next slide, please. First, we can set a concrete timeline for one margin. We must ensure that the approval and implementation of strict energy efficiency building codes takes place before the council goes on hiatus. We urge you to invest in the sustainability department and give them what they need to make sure one margin is implemented as soon as possible. Secondly, we are advocating to approve an end-of-life mandate for furnaces and water heaters by 2026. The Bay Area Air Quality Management District is banning the sale of these appliances starting in 2027 and 2029. Next slide, please. We need to align our city policies with the expert agencies and scientists guiding the decarbonization timeline. We need to ensure that the community is ready for our transition to electric. We need an end-of-life mandate to ensure that we stop digging the hole that we are in, make up for the lack of an all-electric new construction reach code, and ensure that new appliances we put into our buildings are sustainable. And all of this should be done at a timeline that helps get community members the awareness that they need to do this gradually in a way that is beneficial to them. Next, we urge you to build on the success of your heat pump water heater program to make it more robust and so that it's as easy as possible to replace your gas-powered appliance swiftly, especially if there's an emergency. We don't want any households to fall through the cracks. Furthermore, we feel that it is important to recognize that transportation is our largest source of greenhouse gas emissions as a city. We can do more to encourage walking and biking. We urge you to continue approving projects to make our city safer and more bikeable. One way we can do this is by creating a city program that incentivizes the purchase of electric bikes and increases the visibility of the benefits that electric biking has, the convenience that it provides, and how it helps you get around the city in a way that's more accessible for folks. And then we also need, so as we all know, we need to get single occupancy vehicles off the road. And this is a great way to do this. Overall, we must acknowledge that the opponents of the climate movement are everywhere and they are ready to fight us. As we can see from the rising opposition to the climate movement from recent litigation faced against cities with progressive climate forward building codes, we are going to be facing challenges like this to our climate progress and our policies at every step of the way. And so we encourage you to take this wonderful day to kind of celebrate our planet and think about the exciting opportunity that we have as a city to be trailblazers in this field. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Phoebe.
Hi, I'm Phoebe Melcha Judges. I'm a junior at Gunn. Building off of what Julia said, we cannot be afraid of litigation and big oil-funded lawsuits. More opposition and more challenges are headed our way. We cannot back down. We need to show that we are strong and that we can fight back. There are specific ways we can circumvent the opposition through one margin implementation and an end-of-life mandate closely vetted by the city's legal team and further investment in our city's Office of Sustainability. We can get closer to achieving 80 by 30 and reclaiming our place as a city at the forefront of sustainability and as a trailblazer of climate progress. These actions will demonstrate our commitment to addressing the pressing issues of climate change and ensuring a more sustainable future for generations to come. Council members, thank you for your leadership on climate thus far. We implore you to take the next steps towards bolder action. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hamilton H.
Last Monday during the city council meeting, the public comment for the housing element was limited to 2 minutes. This was after it was identified there were only 10 speakers and the housing element was the only action item on the agenda. Why was the time cut from 3 minutes to 2 minutes if there were only 10 speakers and only one agenda item? Giving 3 minutes per speaker would have added only 10 minutes to the entire meeting. Thus, I request City Council does not unnecessarily abbreviate the duration of public comment for agenda action items and makes more of an effort to grant 3 minutes per speaker. Please take into account the number of action items and the total estimated speakers for the evening. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Noel S.
Howdy. I'm sure you've all heard by now that East Palo Alto did pass a ceasefire resolution. And I guess we shouldn't be surprised. Anybody my age who grew up in East Palo Alto knew that if they came over here on their bike or whatever, they'd be turned back by the police. And that's just really the tip of the iceberg. I happen to live on Fife Avenue, which was the only street in Palo Alto where African Americans were allowed to live. There's one African American still living on that street. He's been put down on the ground at gunpoint 3 times by the police for things he hasn't done. So folks in East Palo Alto, I think they probably understand apartheid. They understand occupation. They understand what the Palestinians are going through. They have compassion. They have compassion for what is happening in Gaza. We have enormous, enormous privilege here in Palo Alto. And I am begging you, please, for a bit of compassion. We need a ceasefire resolution.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Deborah G.
My first thought is to thank the council for the abundant police presence at the rally this Sunday. It was greatly appreciated and noted. My second thought is until there's a plan to get the Hamas fighters out of the tunnels into the open, and I'm not sure why the conversation has to go beyond that. But if you're really serious about ending war in the Middle East, it's all about oil. And the resolution I would like to see the city council make is a everybody ride your bike resolution. You know, you could mitigate climate change and do something about war in the Middle East.
Our next speaker is Deborah Leese.
Hello. Have you noticed that Greta Thunberg, our climate activist darling, disappeared from the US spotlight since she figured out the true cause of the climate crisis is the military industrialized complex and colonial capitalism? Our planet's warming emissions generated during the first 60 days of the bombing of Gaza were greater than the annual carbon footprint of more than 20 nations. Israel's fascist rogue regime is a danger to both humanity and our planet. Genocide is ecocide, killing the indigenous water and land protectors in order to steal and extract oil. We are all on the same train heading towards a disaster, and those driving the train refuse the indigenous wisdom of regeneration and relationship with land. Indigenous see that we belong to land, not that land belongs to us. Without protecting this knowledge, y'all are just putting Band-Aids on repeated stab wounds. On this Earth Day, we ask you to follow East Palo Alto and write a ceasefire resolution to cease the fire engulfing our children's future before it's too late. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram J.
Okay, so I'm gonna pass over the comments that I had designed specifically for Ed Lowing tonight, because I wanted to appeal to him. He's a Jew like me, and he's the only Jew on the council, to be here tonight to talk about the liberation of the Palestinian people. So I'll save those comments to direct to Ed next week. In the meantime, I'm wondering if you can tell me what the commonality of these words are. Palestine, occupation, apartheid, colonizers, Palestinian flag, kafia, Israel flag combined with a swastika, calling out Jewish white supremacists, ethnic cleansing, mass extermination, slaughter, genocide, the Israel occupying forces. All of those words are words that are being used. And when I speak them, somebody wants to say I'm anti-Semitic, despite the fact that I'm a 75-year-old Jew. That's censorship. That's all it's about. We can't let that continue.
Our next speaker is Nicole C.W.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Chu Wong. I'm the Executive Director of Dreamcatchers, and I am on Zoom to comment about the item YCS's presentation of the Presidential Volunteer Service Awards before the closed session, because unfortunately Zoom comments were not allowed during that portion. Dreamcatchers thrives on the partnership between our schools and our program for socioeconomically disadvantaged middle school students. And we are blessed to have volunteers and to have YCS's support with those volunteers. And in fact, one of our volunteers that was there tonight being honored, Smriti Kalahala, has actually been a volunteer for Dreamcatchers all 4 years of high school. And I know that this community values service, as does the district. And so I just wanted to acknowledge YCS for all the work that they do in service learning and making it less about completing hours and more about the learning and the way that you serve your community. Dreamcatchers wouldn't be able to function without all our wonderful tutors and YCS's support. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elaine E.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. First of all, thank you to Yazan and Tala for your heartfelt and deep, thoughtful presentations this evening. I hope the council can respond to you. The US Senate is about to vote on a multi-billion military funding package for the Israeli government, a disgraceful reward after its months of death and destruction. For half a year, people lobbied their cities, have poured into the streets, kept the phones of our members of Congress and senators ringing off the hook, and filled their inboxes with demands for a ceasefire and to stop arming Israel. It is not too late for Palo Alto's voice to be heard in condemning our government, funding, and Silicon Valley tech companies to stop participating in the atrocious ongoing destruction of Gaza and the Palestinian people.
Your time is up.
Respond.
That concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
Wonderful. Thank you to all of our public commenters. And one thing before we move on, I'd just like to clarify a policy for, I think, for the benefit of the public on speaking time. One thing I've been doing since our very first meeting, given a significant amount of public commenters, is limiting if we have 10 or fewer speakers, you get 3 minutes. About 10 to 20 is 2 minutes, and above 20 is 1 minute. I did have the clerk clarify that during the housing element item last week, we had 11 speakers, and so that was consistent with our 2-minute timeline. So thank you to the clerk for confirming that. That's policy that that we've been using. So just for the benefit of the public to know and to anticipate for future agendas. So thank you, and let's move on now to our study session. So this is, sorry. Thank you, Councilmember Vinker. To Councilmember questions, comments, and announcements. And Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. It's good to be back in Palo Alto. Last week, I was traveling on behalf of the city, as was evident by the fact that I joined council meeting remotely from Washington, D.C. last week. I just wanted to report on the council business that I did last week. I was in Washington for the Northern California Power Agency, as many of you know, because our city has public utilities. We're a member of a JPA of all the cities in the northern half of the state that own their own utilities. And so in Washington, there was a federal policy conference with senior NCPA staff and commissioners like me. And it was jointly held with the Northwest Public Power Association. So I think 15 Western states that own their own utilities. So it was quite a gathering. We had a one-day conference with presentations on various issues affecting our power supply, including cybersecurity threats to our grid and more. The next day, we went to Capitol Hill with our DC lobbying firm to discuss issues such as supply chain for electrical equipment, transformers and such, mitigating wildfire risk, the clean hydrogen production federal tax credit, and challenges to hydropower production because we rely greatly on hydropower. Our meetings included senior staff in Speaker Johnson's office and a meeting outside the House floor with Congressman Schiff, among others. Then I went to Sacramento for the League of California City Leaders Summit in my capacity as a Palo Alto Council member and also as the Legislative Advocacy Co-Chair for the Peninsula Division Cal Cities. The Association of Counties was also there, and Supervisors Ellenberg and Lee from our county were present, so that was a nice coalescence. And by the way, as was former Mayor Tom DuBois in his capacity as city manager for Sutter Creek. That was fun. The conference sessions were on housing, governance, and more. And then we had, for our Peninsula delegation, I had helped plan some meetings for our delegation with Peninsula state legislators to talk about pending bills that affect cities and local control. So that is my report on that, and that was great, but it's even greater to get back to Palo Alto and attend the Earth Day celebration at Rinconada, which I'm sure the city manager will talk about in his report. But I just want to say I was blown away by the fact it was probably 3 times as many people as last year. It was just an extraordinary number of people, lots of energy around that. So that was a big win. And that's it. So thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Koo.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. So on Saturday, the Palo Alto Youth Council actually had a very interesting event. It's their inaugural Civic Impact Summit. And they had invited some very interesting speakers. 2 of them are professors of law at Stanford. One of them, Professor Allison Moretz, talked about intellectual and development disabilities and the law. The second professor from Stanford, John Donahue, spoke about guns and crime in America, legal and policy developments. Very interesting talks. The third professor that was there was from Foothill College, professor of political science, speaking about effective polarization in the United States. So if they're going to do this every year, I think this is a very interesting event, and I think that it would be great if we all supported it. But there was a lot of people in the audience to listen to these talks. The second item I wanted to bring up is SB 9, the Senate Bill 9. We received news today that it has been struck down. So for charter cities, this is a great win, and look forward to hearing more about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now we can move on to our study session. So this is a study session on race and equity update. It's an assessment report from Ivy Planning Group on the city workplace culture and the 2024 to 2025 Equity Action Plan. Turn to staff.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Let me just do a quick intro and then turn it over to our Deputy City Manager. As Deputy City Manager Cotton Gaines will describe, this is the product of a several-month effort that follows up on prior council direction related to race and equity generally, and specifically diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging as both a council priority and specific work plan that we've built as a result. That said, I also wanted to frame the discussion this evening in the context of our role as an employer. And simply note that this is an important topic that many of our employees would like to discuss. Employees today are very interested in understanding and getting behind the efforts of their employer. And this has been an opportunity for us to engage in conversations at all levels of the organization and really be able to address and ensure that the staff feel that their voices are heard, certainly with respect to their work environment and issues that they confront on a day-to-day basis. So with that, let me ask Deputy City Manager to proceed with our overview.
Thank you, City Manager Shikata. Chantel Cotton Gaines, Deputy City Manager. I also have on the Zoom this evening our Equity and Inclusion Program Manager, Mr. Kojo Pierce. He's not feeling that well, so he's doing us all a favor by being virtual this evening, but he is fully in listening in. Next slide, please. So just to give a quick overview, as Mr. Shikata said, I'll give a quick background of how we got to where we are today. And then our partners at Ivy Planning Group will go over their assessment, their objectives, methods, and key finding, or the findings and key themes. And then we'll go into our draft 2024 Equity Action Plan. While Ivy Planning Group will introduce themselves to you, I thought it would be a good opportunity for me to just reference who they are. They established themselves in 1990, and they're a leading management and consulting firm known in the DEIB space, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And their contributions have earned them numerous awards and accolades and their transformative work in cities and organizations. So we're very happy to be working with Ivy Planning Group. They bring a unique perspective to this conversation for us, and our staff also appreciated the opportunity to work with them. Next slide. So the chronology of us being here today, in the summer of 2020, the council adopted our race and equity initial framework and also established some ad hoc committees to explore topics related to policing and citywide diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're really exploring the topics. The City Council did a lot of work coming up with specific policy changes and suggestions. And that November, the City Council adopted 17 assignments as the initial work plan related to the city's race and equity work. Since 2020, we have been working to implement all of those items and been providing updates to the Policy and Services Committee. Of the 17 action assignments that the City Council gave, we've completed 15. The last two are both partially completed. One of the remaining two is this assessment, so that we can understand more about our workplace and the feelings that staff and the environment that staff is working within. And lastly, or two more, in 2022, we began working with Ivy Planning Group on this assessment as a follow-up of one of those remaining assignments from council. And this year, based on that workplace assessment and other city council direction, we compiled the 2024-25 action plan. And I'll speak to that after Ivy goes through their presentation, but it's really just us trying to summarize the things that we can accomplish given the resources that we have for this year and next calendar year, not fiscal year, to clarify that. Next slide, please. As a reminder for everyone, the mission statement that the City Council adopted in November of 2020, it's on the screen. I will still read it to you, but I encourage you to follow along. It is what guides the work that we're doing. So the City of Palo Alto is committed to creating a respectful, fair, and professional workplace and city. We will identify prejudices, eliminate inequities, welcome many perspectives, and use a collaborative approach to create an environment that works for everyone. The city's commitment to achieve equity in Palo Alto is the shared responsibility of our residents, organizations, governments, and other institutions. And you'll see this in a lot of our race and equity work. It is a guidepost for us. Next slide. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Janet Smith and Mr. Gary Smith of Ivy Planning Group to introduce a little more about their company and to walk you through the assessment.
Thank you so much. And it's so good to be here. Really appreciate the opportunity to share so much about what we've learned. My name's Janet Crenshaw Smith. I'm co-founder and president of Ivy Planning Group. And along with me is Gary Smith Sr., who is also a co-founder in the firm and executive partner. Just very quickly, and thank you for the introduction. Again, Ivy Planning Group is a 34-year-old firm. We started the firm as a core business strategy firm, and in the early 90s, started a diversity practice that almost immediately became our core business. So since the early 90s, Ivy Planning Group has had a focus on diversity and inclusion as an opportunity in the workforce, the workplace, and the marketplace. Our work is intentionally cross-sector and cross-industry, working with cities, states, and federal government, as well as large private sector firms across the U.S., looking at this as an opportunity for those municipalities and large organizations to benefit. Next slide, please. So we're going to be talking about the work that we did, the diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging assessment and strategy development. So let's get started. Next slide. So first of all, these were the objectives of the assessment. First of all, to examine and assess the workforce, the workplace, and the marketplace performance of the city through the lens of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And to really identify opportunities for the city to achieve a more diverse, equitable, and inclusive workplace. That's the environment in which staff is operating, and to enhance the city's ability to meet the needs of your increasingly diverse community. And then finally, the objective of this assessment was to inform the blueprint to drive accountability and the change that the city has committed to. Next slide. Next slide, please. So these were the methods. First of all, this was really a qualitative assessment, and that's important because it means that it was less quantitatively data-based and more looking at documents, talking to people to understand perspectives. That's a really important approach to this work. So in terms of a document review, we looked at pounds and pounds of paper, actually mostly electronic documents, to look at your policies and your procedures, to understand how they're intended to work so that we could really understand how does the city recruit, hire, onboard, do things like employee development, looking at existing programs, procurement, how you work with your vendors, how you engage the community. Really taking a look at all of those documents to understand the current state, the processes, how you get things done. And then we talked to a lot of people. We conducted 29 interviews with leaders and process owners. That meant conversations with city council members, with those who led different parts of the city organizations, and then process owners are those people who could give us insights into the way you do things like recruit, hire, employee development, interacting with the community. It was really important to talk to people to understand how things work in practice, to compare that with how they were intended to work. And then we conducted focus groups, 28 focus groups, with like groups of people along some dimension of diversity to understand their perspective, asking every group the same questions and then comparing how different groups of people would answer or react to those questions. And then taking a look at all of that information, we evaluated them, we did content analysis, we identified themes and similarities and differences across the different demographics and selected some notable quotables to illustrate those themes. It was fascinating work. It's the way that we conduct this work, and it provides us with some really important insights. Next slide. So out of all of that synthesis, these are the 5 key themes that emerged. First, and I will be doing a deeper dive on each of these themes. In fact, let's go ahead and I will identify each theme as I begin. Next slide. First of all, the city of Palo Alto has some infrastructure in place that can enable diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging success. For example, some leaders speak effectively on the value of diverse perspectives and see their role as advocates. That's really important. That's a really important foundation for this work. So we were delighted to see that city council members, supervisors, executive leaders were able to effectively communicate the value that diverse perspectives bring to inform decision-making. Also, it wasn't just leaders. Many employees also conveyed the importance of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, and want more dialogue and resources. So the fact that employees talked about the importance, the value of DEIB, and wanted to talk about it more is an important foundation, the infrastructure that's really necessary to drive this effort. And the city has engaged in meaningful work in the community to advance DEIB. For example, inclusive playgrounds, new policies at the library. These are all examples of things that the city has already done that it can build upon. Next slide. So the second theme is that employees often feel that they're treated poorly by the public and would like more support to navigate difficult interactions. So some employees talked about the fact that they were not getting the support they need to work with difficult members of the public. Some of them said that community members mistreat them. Some suggested that higher level employees don't understand the emotional toil that brings. And police would like more vocal and visible support from city leadership and the community. Some members of the police department felt that their relationship with the public is strained due to some of that mistrust. Next slide, please. The third thing, that the city is missing a structured approach to diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. So in the first theme, I talked about the fact that leaders and employees understand the importance of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. But many employees felt that they don't have clear responsibilities or individual performance measures for it. So it was important that those efforts that were launched also have some structure associated with it. For example, some people said we need more accountability. We need performance metrics, those kinds of things, so that everybody can understand their individual responsibilities around DEIB. The city can make a stronger demonstration of its commitment. And so again, people felt that work is being done, but they wanted even a stronger commitment. And even with all of this being said, there were still many city staff who were unaware of all of the DEIB efforts. So you just saw the city's equity mission statement that has been in place, but some people, in fact, many staff had not seen that equity mission statement. They weren't aware of it. So there's an opportunity to better communicate what the city has done and what the city seeks to achieve regarding DEIB. Next slide, please. And then the fourth theme, that some people processes encourage while others inhibit the advancement of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. So with the existing strong value proposition, there's an opportunity to create better strategies for recruiting through a DEIB lens. So employees shared that they're attracted to the city for all kinds of reasons. That's something that could be leveraged. At the time of the assessment, there was not a formal diversity recruiting strategy or metrics to ensure that there's diverse applicant pool from which the very best candidates could be selected. Talent assessment best practices are available, but there were many employees who expressed distrust with the interview process, thinking that there might be some bias in that process. And many employees also talked about pathways for advancement were unclear. Next slide. And then finally, the last theme from the synthesis of all of this information was the lack of follow-through, and the history of exclusionary practices has made people question the city's dedication to DEIB. One thing that's so important to remember is even as we move forward, it can be very difficult for many people to forget the past. And so past events are still causing some employees to be distrustful of current DEIB efforts. And as a consulting firm, we're very accustomed to this, and we know that it can really be challenging when you're doing great work and to hear people talk about this. But there were people talking about the past events that caused people to believe that the current efforts may not be genuine. A lack of follow-through or perceived lack of follow-through was causing frustration. And the history of exclusionary housing practices had a far-reaching impact. Next slide. So as we looked at all of the themes of the findings and the detail, from this, we built a draft DEIB blueprint. And this is what it looks like. The City of Palo Alto Equity Mission Statement, which you saw, is something that remains. But then we say, let's take a look at some goals and some strategies that are coming out of that. 4 key goals: DEIB infrastructure, workforce, workplace, and community. I'm going to go through each of these 4 very quickly and highlight some actions. Next slide. Starting with the DEIB infrastructure, the goal is that the City of Palo Alto has a formal and structured diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging effort that is well communicated and measured, consistent with other strategic initiatives. 3 key strategies: formalize those roles, responsibilities, and accountability. For example, define the roles and responsibilities in implementing this strategy, and include the City Council and the HR commissions. Secondly, increase communication on DEIB. That means getting feedback from all staff and making sure that we're communicating out as well. And then build staff and public DEIB knowledge, skills, and ability with an education roadmap, for example, and even offerings for the public. Next slide. The second goal is a workforce goal, that the City of Palo Alto has a high-performing, diverse, and inclusive workforce at all levels and across all roles. 3 key strategies: create and implement a diversity, equity, and inclusion recruiting strategy. That means recruiting through a diversity lens, making sure that we have all the data that we need to understand the available talent pool, with processes in place to be able to have a diverse pool and then select the very best. Secondly, ensure that human resource systems are inclusive and equitable, even soliciting employee input to identify some solutions that would address inclusivity, and ensure fair and equitable systems for hiring and promoting, making sure that all bias is removed. Next slide. And then the workplace goal, that the City of Palo Alto has a safe and inclusive culture that values communication, transparency, feedback, and accountability, in which every employee is treated fairly, with dignity and respect. 3 key strategies. Update and establish systems, policies, and practices that center the employee experience. So, and part of that is creating and communicating an internal policy for when city staff are mistreated by the public. Understanding they are public servants and they deserve to be treated well. Building consistent performance evaluations so that it's very clear that there's more consistency. And then embedding DEIB into the culture of the city. Next slide. And then finally, the community goal that the city of Palo Alto would leverage DEIB to better serve the city's residents and partner with diverse community partners and suppliers. Increasing supplier diversity efforts, because you learn a lot about DEIB when you pay attention to how organizations spend money. So simplify the procurement process, identify barriers to entry, intentional outreach to diverse community, a large cross-section of the community, making sure that you're creating more opportunities for feedback from everyone, and then building stronger relationships between city staff and the public. Part of that is even creating a campaign that highlights and recognizes city staff to the public to actually get to know what people are doing. Now I'm going to pass it back so that we can talk about the city's blueprint and action plan.
Thank you, Janet, and we're coming near the close of the presentation. Next slide, please. So as you can see, there are a lot of things that we can do. And given the resources that we have, our task was to work with Ivy and see what was reasonable for us within this next year, year and a half. Particularly thinking about the departments that we're working with, thinking about the resources that we have within the city manager's office for this, and some of the assignments that we have had introduced to us related to DEIB over the last couple of years. So the next few slides that I will walk you through, and it is also in your packet. So the text is small on these slides, but you have it in your packet. I'll reference the pages in a moment. But we made 3 categories that we can carry year over year as our broader themes of what we're doing within Palo Alto's DEIB work. It's very easy for us to go in a lot of different directions. And we figure if we have these larger categories that our efforts fall within, we know that we're continuing to advance that equity mission statement by continuing the work. So those 3 categories you'll see on the following slides are cultivating experiences and appreciation. And that has to do with the work that council even started related to holidays, et cetera. That there's more work to be done there. And that's the first category. The second one is fostering an inclusive environment. And lastly, applying an equity lens as a strategic review of the organization through an equity lens. And within those 3 broad categories, we're focused on people, purpose, and practice. So this is your matrix that you will see over these next few slides. And people is how we represent ourselves to others, how we define our culture as a city, as an organization. Purpose is thinking about the work as a meaningful thing. This is why staff approach public service. Having purpose in our work is core and foundational to our recruitment and retention, as Mr. Shikata referenced. And practice, lastly, is how we do the work. That's the policies, et cetera, that Ms. Crenshaw-Smith referenced. So you'll see these things pop up. Next slide, please. So the first one of cultivating experiences and appreciation, matrix across people, purpose, and practice. And let me give you the packet page number so everyone does not have to squint. These are packet pages 23 through 26. I will highlight just a few of them, and I know that you all have read the packet, so we won't go into deep detail, but we'll take questions. Things like sharing information about specific cultural and heritage months and holidays. There's not a structure to that right now. Reviewing our citywide events through an equity and inclusion lens. What's missing? Are there opportunities to partner with more organizations in the community in some kind of way? Thinking about how we help our boards and commissions do their work through an equity lens, et cetera. So those are some of the other actions on this page. Next slide. Fostering an inclusive environment. Again, people, purpose, practice. An example of one within people is sharing our values at new employee orientation regarding diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. As someone enters our organization, those first conversations they have are foundational for what they understand our organization to be about. So that's a good example. Under the purpose section, looking at finalizing our annual city staff demographic data reporting. That's an assignment we have from City Council that we have a responsibility to do and to continue year over year. Same with our boards and commissions. And lastly, in the practice section here, for example, creating more diverse interview panels, really reviewing our practices around that and seeing if there are opportunities to continue to enhance that. And we have our HR colleagues here who are deeply involved in this process, and we really appreciate them and their commitment to a lot of the actions that are within this action plan. Last slide, or next slide. The third objective of applying an equity lens, an example of one of the people items is beginning an exploration and understanding of pronoun usage for the City of Palo Alto organization. And this is something that came up during the IV assessment of really asking questions about what the city can do regarding individuals and pronouns. The second area of purpose, thinking about how we partner with the HRC to work with other commissions, applying that equity lens. And also this is where we put the CDAW ordinance, which is an assignment from council, and CDAW is the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. So that is an example of an item that City Council has guided us, and we put it in this action plan so that it's really clear that that's an assignment we need to complete. And lastly, in the practice section, an example of coordinating with city departments to learn how they're supporting citywide DEIB efforts. There's plenty going on within the departments right now, and we want to be able to highlight those things and celebrate the departments and their work and make sure that we're reporting out on the efforts happening. And another example there is analyzing the Racial Identity Profiling Act policing data. That is in the last assignment from the City Council from 2020. We have a consultant on board that's helping us do that. So as you can see, this is an action plan that's pulling items from Ivy's blueprint, the slides you saw where they gave us a lot of things we can work on, and also carrying forward any of the items that we have not yet fully implemented from Council's previous action. And that concludes our presentation, my contact information as well as Mr. Pierce. And we will take any questions, comments, discussion, and we are hopeful to have support and we'll keep going. And you do not have to adopt this document. I will be clear on that. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. Thank you. We'll return back to council. Reminder, this is a study session, so we'll do public comment at the end. No motions or any action that's needed. So bring it back to the dais for questions and comments. Okay, Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you. And thank you, Deputy City Manager Cotton Gaines and Equity and Inclusion Program Manager Kojo Pierce, and to the Ivy Planning Group. Ms. Smith, thank you for taking us through your results and findings. You know, this is a difficult time for DEI. There is a little bit of a backlash nationally. So I think it's even more important that we in our city are really intentional about this. And so that in some senses, the timing is good. I mean, when we think about even some of the tech people who are in this debate, Mark Cuban and Elon Musk famously had a fight over DEI earlier in the year. But with Mark Cuban saying that DEI strengthens companies by enhancing the talent pool and increasing your competitive advantage. So anyway, there's so many important things to talk about here. I really did enjoy reading through. I read every page of the packet and the slides, and it was compelling, both to learn what you had to tell us and to hear the direction that you're suggesting for us. We can only scratch the surface tonight, but I wanted to mention that I enjoyed the interview I had on this because it forced me to sort of think through these issues more deeply with the questions I was asked. And I want to note what it said in the packet about participation being voluntary. And so I don't know to whom to direct this question, but I also read that we only had about 29% participation when apparently 50% is more typical. I'm wondering both how, if or how that might have skewed any of the results, or if you have a sense of why that happened.
I'll start off and then I'll turn it over to Janet and Gary. We did the focus groups at the end of July-ish last year, and I do think that impacted our ability to have more folks participating from staff. It's just a difficult time of year. So I think overall, those staff members who really did want to participate were contacted multiple times. As she referenced, it was multiple focus groups and they were separated out by different demographics. So we really did a concerted effort to encourage folks to participate, but between schedules and just the summertime, I do think that was a struggle. In terms of the broader trends, I'll look to Janet on that.
Yeah, when we have lower participation, the one thing we ask ourselves, who participated and who did not participate? And are we missing any perspectives? And we felt that we were getting balanced perspectives because we were getting people who were supportive and people who were not. And so we heard multiple voices because, again, that's our concern. Are we only hearing from people who really have something that's anti-DEI to say, or only people who are pro-DEI? And we were able to hear multiple voices. So that was important to us.
Great, thank you very much for that. One thing I noted, I think the timing of the interviews in the report, as you mentioned, was last summer. I mean, the interviews, that is. And one thing that was noted was that if we could lift up DEIB into our mission statements and our priorities, that would be helpful. One thing we did do in January at our retreat was to change our community health and safety priority to community health and safety, wellness, and belonging. And so hopefully that is a step in the right direction. And I think along with the plan that Deputy City Manager has outlined, hopefully that'll be supportive of that. I guess I would just ask if you have any comment on that. Is that the type of thing that we could do in addition to the ones you've mentioned?
Go ahead, Janet.
Yeah, I think that communication is important to do that kind of thing, so that people really understand that this is something that matters. But one of the things that's critical, there are a couple of things. First of all, resources. There are a lot of things that you want to do and you just don't have the resources to do it. So anything that you can do to allocate more resources around this effort is going to be really important. The other thing is accountability. Once the action plan is laid out and we talk about who's responsible for what, anything that you can do to support to say, and it's important for you to do this. Even asking questions, asking people, what have you done? It's such a simple question, but to ask people, so what have you done about this? Helps people to understand that there's an expectation that they will do something about it. And as that trickles down throughout the organization, that is how you start to see change happen. So resources and accountability.
Thank you. I have several more, but there's just one, if I could I'll make it quickly, because I know my time is out. I wanted to mention on the workforce goal and the corresponding part of our equity action plan, objective 2, there's a lot of discussion of equitable hiring and promotion, and I commend that and support that. What I wanted to suggest, though, is that the link between those two is mentoring. And part of mentoring is making sure we give people opportunities in an equitable fashion so that when it's time for promotion, they've had a chance to show their talent and skill. And I just wonder whether that ought to be called out a little more than just bringing them in at the get-go and then, being broad-minded in promotion, that we also really look at mentoring. And I think some of that's there in some of the professional skill development, but if you could just comment on that, that'd be great.
Gary, it looks like you wanted to jump in.
It does.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think mentoring is extremely important, and I think calling it out is ideal. I would say looking at the entire employee life cycle and understanding how people move through the organization is important. So mentoring as an activity, yes, I think is important, but there are elements in every phase of the from hiring to onboarding to how you develop to creating those meaningful moments that matter around, do I get a chance to sit in the seat before I'm ready for the seat? So I'd say yes, elevate mentoring as a thing, include sponsorship with that for sure. And then ultimately, let's make sure that the entire employee life cycle really is performing the best it can to ensure that there aren't things getting in the way. I think is the way I would think about it. So I don't want people to just think it's only mentoring. Mentoring critical, yes, but in the context of at every phase, we'll have an opportunity to ensure that the system is behaving in an equitable way.
Excellent. Thank you.
Sure.
And that's another great question to ask people. So who are you mentoring? Asking those questions actually starts to send the message. Oh, okay, you're expecting me to be mentoring somebody.
Terrific. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, anyone else? Okay, not seeing the lights. I have a few questions, and then so I saw there were some responses. My question is, were the responses in the various interviews and focus group participants similar across different job classifications in the city, or did you find certain jobs and classifications had different experiences and perspectives?
Janet?
Yeah, I think that while there were similarities in terms of the themes, so in terms of we want to make sure that we're appreciated. Now, those functions that were more public facing were the ones who were going to give us stories about what it felt like to be a city employee. Also, at the lowest levels, or in those particular job functions where you had younger people, they were certainly going to care more about being developed and understanding how things work versus folks who were at higher levels. So I think the themes were consistent, but demographics certainly do drive some of the variance, and some job functions are going to be disproportionately one demographic more than the other. Younger people, more tenured people, or levels of people.
Okay, thank you. One thing I found very disturbing was just the uniform grievance that staff members felt mistreated by some members of the community, and that's inappropriate and never okay. And I think we're all able to do better, both community, council, and staff as well. Was there any sense in your interviews or focus groups that this mistreatment is also more systemic and even goes higher up to levels of management or kind of peer-to-peer mistreatment, or even council members mistreating staff? I mean, were the grievances really just regarding the community, or was it elsewhere as well within the organization?
When people talked about it, and everybody didn't talk about it. So that's the one thing, everybody didn't say we're being mistreated, but it's definitely more than you would want. When people talked about it, they were primarily talking about community, not peer-to-peer, not their bosses. They were talking about community. And again, because they are public servants, that's something that is really important to them. They're there to serve. And they thought, as we talk about a place where you belong, that's something that was really important to them, to make sure that we understood that experience.
Yeah, and I can absolutely empathize with that. And so many of our staff members put in so much incredible time and energy and passion to this community, and to not receive the respect that they deserve is disappointing. I really like the recommendation that we include DEIB performance metrics in employee evaluations. I thought that was a really good next step. Have you seen that work in other cities?
We have, and we've seen it work when it works when there is accountability around other behaviors as well. So one of the things that we will look at is is this a low accountability or a high accountability culture? And so if it's a low accountability culture around other things, there's no reason to expect that it's going to be high accountability around this topic. So we've seen it work best when there are organizations that say, this is what we want you to do, and we're going to hold you accountable for it. Now, accountability doesn't have to mean we're going to fire you if you do X. In fact, most of the time in municipalities, that's not the way we do accountability. But it does say that it's going to be in your plan. We're going to hold it as an expectation. We're going to ask that you are a good people manager, for example. We're going to ask that you treat your colleagues well. So we have seen it work, but it has to be consistent with the culture of accountability for a particular organization.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I'm interested to see how staff develops that. I also think council should consider, when we're doing annual CAO, city appointed officer evaluations, to also include that piece there to be able to hold everyone accountable for that. So, okay, that's all my time, and move on to Councilmember Lithcott-Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the Smiths, Janet and Gary. I don't want to presume you are together because you share the same last name. So thank you, Janet and Gary Smith, for your presentation and for working with our amazing staff on this. I want to open by saying I remember the 80s when we were focused on diversity as a goal, which was really just about increasing numbers. You know, can we have a collection of people who are representative of the people more broadly? And we've come so far since then. You all have been in this work since the 90s, and you can probably chart this in a more granular fashion than most. I'm just thrilled that we are now well beyond diversity as a goal, and in fact talking about belonging, which I've always described as, can you be you here? And can you fully participate as the person you are? So I love the fact that, as Council Member Vinker noted, we added wellness and belonging to our community health and safety priority this year. And it's great to see some opportunities to increase belonging coming through this IB planning report. I appreciate that these recommendations are incredibly broad and far-reaching, everything from creating an outward-facing campaign to introduce the public to our city staff as a way to counteract this sense of being treated poorly, and offering affordable housing to staff. If you can't even live in the city in which you serve, how are you going to feel you belong here? If your constituents aren't treating you with respect, how are you going to feel you belong here? So I love these two examples, and many of the others. I'm wondering, sorry, I've now, Janet and Gary. I'm wondering, Janet and Gary, do you have specific recommendations for the campaign designed to increase public familiarity, awareness of staff? I'm wondering if you've worked on that sort of campaign with clients who might be similarly situated to our city.
Gary, are you taking that?
I was waiting to see who was going to go. I mean, I'll start. The answer is yes, and it really is starting. You sort of alluded to it when you made the belonging reference. It's creating a sense of connection people just treat people differently when they feel connected to them. And some of this mistreatment we're talking about is we've allowed an expectation around customer versus provider. And we have to address that. And so, yeah, I think part of the specifics around this is people need to feel a real connection to the people that are of service to them. And so you treat people better when you have that relationship. We've seen it in a number of municipalities where they're doing a much better job of just really having the provider feel like part of the community. And we're seeing it everywhere. So yeah, I would say that's a big piece of it that's going to matter a lot. And I think you're sized right to do that in the city of Palo Alto in ways that some cities it would just be more difficult to do. So I definitely think that it's a case where if with the proper resources, I think you can tell the story in a way that actually humanizes the providers in such a way that people will they'll feel a sense of connection. Janet, I'll see if you had anything you want to add there too.
No, the other thing that I would add, however, is I don't know that we're beyond diversity. Heard you say that to include belonging. I think we understand that it's more expansive than just making sure we have the representation of difference. We want to have the representation of difference and then benefit from that difference with inclusion and have fair outcomes. And part of that is also belonging. So I think it's become more complex, but in many ways it's in lots of places it's still back to the basics of diversity as well. So I wanted to make sure that I added that.
Thank you. I did not mean to imply that diversity didn't matter, but simply that we have become much more nuanced. My time is short, so I will save my remaining questions for the next round.
Okay, thank you. And the Smiths are related.
I didn't want to make assumptions. I mean, that's part of it, right? Not assuming people belong with each other.
Right.
Because they might look like each other or even share a name. So, okay, the mayor's allowing me to continue, so I'm going to keep going. I just have a few more questions. I also note that Councilmember Vinker made the observation that our focus group participation was quite low, 29% compared to your usual of 50%. And I'm wondering, when you compare us to your other clients who are, say, governmental entities or large employers in a particular region, how are we doing? So we didn't have a great focus group response, but in other ways in which you have measured things in this effort, is there anything novel going on here in Palo Alto, or conversely, anything deeply concerning compared to other clients?
I think novel is a difficult one. I must say, I mean, just your location makes you different. And I think as I think about even with staff talking about how they're treated, you're in such a unique geography. And part of the socioeconomic differences of residents and staff causes this feeling of, am I included? Am I valued? And so there are some places where that's just not as true. And you're in a unique geography. So that cannot be ignored. And as we listen to people talk about it, we're really thinking of what's a fix for this? Sometimes we're looking for a really easy fix. There wasn't an easy fix for this one. Location, location, location. In terms of the history and people talking about old tapes, that's actually, unfortunately, it's common. And the fact that you all continue to engage around this and continue to speak for DEIB is going to be the thing that's going to actually address that one. Sometimes people just want to know that you are going to be resilient and this is going to be sustainable. That's what people want to know. Is this just talk, or will you keep with it? And we're delighted to see that you're sticking with it. I think
Big
that's
check.
going to be really important. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would add here, I do think that part of the challenge with the response rate is always the degree to which people believe something's going to change. And so we're always worried that is there just a cynicism that's crept in that said that kept people from participating because they just weren't convinced it was going to be any different. And so I want to echo Janet's comment about if you all are just stubbornly committed to not letting this go away, there's always going to be a lag. The lag between the really good things you're doing and those things being appreciated, there's going to be a gap. But what closes that gap and what closes that lag is just being stubborn. So the degree to which you're willing to just keep this being a part of the narrative, a part of the communication track, and then ultimately just continuing to insist that everyone appreciate this matters to you, I think will close the gap. I think it will also, I think you'll look up and over time, for example, if just given the things you've done in the time we've been around you, if you were to do this assessment today, given the way that I've been around you talking about this, I think the participation rate would be different. I think people would just say, oh, shoot, they're still at it. Oh,
They
shoot,
mean
this
it.
didn't go away. They mean it. And so I actually think you're primed and positioned that, yes, I'm concerned about the response rate at the moment in time when we did it. I would be far less concerned now because I think it would be better. And then I think if you just stay stubborn and stay the course, I think you're going to get rewarded for it. So I wouldn't be as crushed by the response rate, knowing what I've witnessed and watched you do so far.
Thank you. I appreciate, Janet, that you mentioned our socioeconomic status or context. You referred to it as location, the challenge of being in a place like this. And I note that of the many ways in which focus groups were described with granularity, it seemed to really be around race and gender, and then
tenure.
What'd you say?
And tenure.
And tenure, but we don't have a sense of the breakdown when it comes to socioeconomic status, degree of education. I think the perception about the degree of someone's education. This is not just a university town, but a town surrounding one of the most elite universities on the planet. And there is sometimes in some places and in some conversations, quite a snobbery around that. And, it's unfortunate and it's real, again, in some places, in some minds. And the new, how do you, how, can we become that city that really walks the walk that every human here, whether working for the city, living in the city, working in the city, has worth and value? And how to do that when we're, beyond race, beyond gender, beyond religion, beyond the more visible characteristics that we know we're not supposed to judge someone on the basis of negatively, how can we get at the root of some of these more subtle distinctions that I think really are around class and education, perceived worth stemming from one's job, and socioeconomic status. So I'll be interested in that. And finally, I want to ask, I noticed that the LGBTQ and disabled folks had to self-identify in the focus group context, by which I presume you mean we didn't go out saying we need some folks of these backgrounds. How is it that they self-identified, whereas the other groups, the many other racial characteristics were not considered self-identified?
That's a great question. I'll take that one. Those two groups were the group plus allies. So that's one aspect that made those two groups different. Part of the reason that we had and allies for each of them is if there were folks without known affiliation with that group, that it would give them the opportunity to still participate and share their opinions without having that be the venue by which that identity is then shared if they're uncomfortable with sharing it. We learned maybe that wasn't the best way to do that focus group. If I'm being honest, we received feedback that maybe it was too broad. It was general allies, not folks that maybe identified in those groups. So you live and you learn. Now we know we may have to do that a little differently next time. In terms of the self-selection, The other identities that we use to separate out staff, so race, tenure, gender, that information is held within an employee file, essentially. We don't have that same type of information for these other two groups. And so allowing the space for the conversation to happen for these very important populations of our workforce required us to make it something that someone would self-select into.
Thank you. And to Janet and Gary, did Pride come up as something city employees were interested in creating a Pride celebration, a parade, a rally, and anything? Just wondering if that came up at all.
It came up not necessarily as people wanting to create a rally, but it came up as something where people wanted to make sure that they were valued for that dimension of diversity as well. Their gender identity, their sexual orientation. So it was another dimension of diversity where people said, we want this to be a place where I can be myself. In terms of one thing about the focus group that I think is important is there are very few organizations where they're collecting that data and therefore you can create a focus group that way. In order to collect that data, you have to build trust so that people will say, I'm comfortable telling you my gender identity, my sexual orientation, as much as I'm comfortable telling you my race or my age. So it has to start with a communications campaign and build a lot of trust, and then I'll tell you. And so really the only way we've been able to build those focus groups is to say, if you are LGBTQ plus or an ally, please sign up for this focus group. And while you do get general allies, it's the only way for people to feel comfortable if they're not out to participate in a focus group. And that's and we want information on that particular demographic. So it's a challenge, but again, we have very few clients where that's information that's collected.
I'll end by saying, when I ran for city council, I issued a press release and in it I identified as Black, biracial, queer, bisexual. And a prominent white male member of our community, older guy, asked to meet me for coffee. And he said, Julie, I don't understand why you have to say you're Black and biracial and transsexual. And I said, well, I didn't say I'm transsexual, and that's not really a term that's used anymore. But let me, why are you saying you won't represent all Palo Altans? And I said, that is not at all what I'm saying. I don't think anyone has ever asked you, do you represent all Palo Altans? As a white male, you're presumed to, have the authority and have the ability to lead. And are you taking into account all the rest of us who maybe have a different lived experience? And I'm staring at the wall. I can see the partial wall of our past mayors in this city, the vast majority of whom are guys and white. And that's certainly our past, and our present is different, and our future will no doubt be different. And we don't have a Pride event here. And when I reached out to the city manager, I said, is there an affinity group of the queer people? He said, no, there isn't. We don't collect, so I'm here to say for any queer member of the staff who's interested in maybe having some kind of Pride event in our beloved city, count me as somebody who'd be interested in that conversation. What I'm pointing out is it's hard, particularly in an organization of this size, to even find each other if people aren't really out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will say, in the focus groups, that was something that did happen. If folks made a good connection, they then realized they had some partners that they could maybe reach out to beyond just that focus group. So I'm sure they appreciate your call to action.
Thank you.
Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. Just very quickly, first, I want to say thank you for all the work that has gone into this. I wanted to ask, does the city have employees or include employees that have developmental disabilities?
I'm looking to our HR colleagues who are strategically behind us in the room. They are shaking their heads, yes.
Oh, that's super. Thank you. I think that's another group that we should keep in mind also, who are able to work. We should include them too. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was one of the focus groups too, was people with disabilities and allies. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay. Well, then thank you very much for the presentation tonight and the discussion. We'll close this item and move on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda is our consent calendar. These are items 4 through 10. We'll take public comment first on, sorry?
Will we be taking public comment on the study session?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I forgot.
Yep.
Thank you. Then we'll do public comment on the study session.
Yep.
Apologies.
Our first speaker is Aram J.
So pursuant to the Public Records Act, I would like to get the cost to the city of hiring this very excellent group, the Ivy Group, and I think I might have shorted part of that name. Last week, I asked for the cost of the consultants on the housing element. I haven't gotten that yet, but 10 days hasn't run. I was extremely offended that the police department claims not to be appreciated. This particular police department has a long and vile history of racism. They need to apologize for their racism, and their continued racism is reflected in the RIPA data and a variety of things. And I wonder if the Ivy Group, whether you all looked to the citizens and asked how they felt about their law enforcement department and why we still have police officers like Zach Perone on the police department who use the N-word in reference to another officer who happened to be Black, and we still haven't resolved this after all this time. So that's a concern of mine. You did hit how some people are extraordinarily offended that we have 5 or 6 officers who sued for an extraordinary Black Lives Matter mural. That just speaks about the despicable, in my estimation, vile police officers that are still in this police department. They don't need to be appreciated. They need to apologize for the period of racism that this police department is exercised in. And I see that just today, age bias claims proves costly. City to pay $315,000. That's under Ed Chicata's leadership. And we also had, again, this weekend, a headline about the police department's sad period, again under Chicata, where we paid out somewhere around $500,000 to Mr. Alvarez in the Benitez matter, where still officers haven't been disciplined appropriately. I'm wondering because, Coloma Smith led a really wonderful, he's the past president of the Human Relations Commission, still there, series of focus groups on these same kinds of things. And I'm wondering whether the Ivy Group coordinated with the HRC's prior focus reports to see whether anything has changed in terms of what's going on in Palo Alto in terms of racism. And I've heard from so many employees over the years that have called me as a retired public defender and complained about the treatment, and lots of Black employees that they've received under the leadership of Chicata and other city managers. And finally, I think that it's just absolutely critical that you start to talk to the citizens about the way their police department has treated them over the years, people of color in particular. Thank you.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Elizabeth G.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, this is a very timely topic. I'd like to really emphasize the idea or the notion or the integration of inclusion and equity, and really underscore the housing. Housing is so critical to feeling included and feeling like there's equal access. In this conversation tonight, it seems like it's conspicuously missing. Councilmember Lithcott Haynes, thank you for bringing up the term affordable housing for our employees here, or just residents in general. There's also a wage component that's also missing here. Wages have not kept up with the cost of living in this city, in this county, in this region, in this state, in this country. So to fully participate as a place to live and work and grow and love a community, when talking about inclusion means an identity there's a deep connection, when our kids attend the same schools, are friends with each other, when our city employers, private workforce, and just regular citizens attend events together, and there's a space where we find commonalities and connections, and the joy and the looking forward of maybe meeting again at another space, another time in the future, where we're meeting each other, where we're growing a community, where we're making those strong connections. These are the integral to our fabric. This is also about socioeconomic means. It's not just about race. I love the fact that we're talking about bringing in this Pride celebration, but what about religion? What about faith? What about the socioeconomic component here, where we're all meeting together to celebrate in these different aspects of our lives that we find we need this connection, especially since COVID and our housing crisis, our wage theft. There's just so many things that are separating us, and this is a great topic. We need to really work on our commissions. The Human Relations Commission is so important to this. I'm sorry, Mayor Stone, that you really feel that the community members are lashing out at city workers when you yourself were a Human Relations Commissioner. I really feel like, where are you? Where are you as a mayor? Thank you.
Time is up. Our next speaker is Winter D.
Winter Dellenbach. I just have a couple, 2-3 short thoughts about this. First of all, thank you. I'm glad to see that Race and Equity Update is back, and thank you for the good work of Ivy. It not for the first time, this subject matter has struck me as deeply profound, not just for Palo Alto, but everywhere. And I can't think of a time when we look to the Middle East, that how we live together is more current and more relevant. And here we are, a pretty small city, trying to grapple with this. I want to remind people that this came out of the murder of George Floyd in 2020. And there was that wonderful rally on City Hall Plaza with several speakers, including Councilwoman Lithcott Haynes. And I remember standing in front of Councilmember Pat Burt at that. And everybody marched through the city, and it was really wonderful. And I don't even pretend to know how to get to the place that I suspect most folks in Palo Alto would like to be with this. There's so many, how to make it concrete. There's analysis, there's suggestions, but how to make it actually concrete. It only matters if it's, as I say, concrete. Anyway, I'm glad this happened. I think that one thing that I actually take heart with is our police department, in that I encourage you council members There's 58 pages in the independent police auditor's report this time, only on mainly on Gustavo Alvarez at Buena Vista and what happened to him. And it is extremely interesting reading and important. And as our IPA says, it represented a low point in policing in Palo Alto. And I truly believe that we're going in the right direction. And that is into certainly also thanks to the Palo Alto Police Department, because I think there's a lot of cooperation. I think there are a lot of good people in that department. And with the new leadership, I think that and new policies that we put in place coming out of the George Floyd murder, I have hope. And I always see our city as wanting and trying to be its best self. And I hope we stay stubborn.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment on study session item 3.
Okay, thank you. Now moving to our consent calendar, items 4 through 10. Let's do public comment.
Our first speaker is Pat B. Moving to our next speaker, Carolyn G.
We of the San Carlos Court Neighborhood Association ask that you pull item 10 off the consent calendar due to the following Palo Alto Municipal Code violations by the 739 Sutter project. Inadequate landscape screening. The code requires that continuous shrubbery be planted between the project and other residences, and that the shrubbery be a minimum of 6 feet tall when planted and able to grow taller. However, page L-3-0 of the project shows that the rear screening will consist of podocarpus trees every 8 feet with Carpentaria californica bushes whose height when planted is just 3 feet, and benches in between. Now, benches are not shrubbery, so there will not be continuous planting as required by code. The Carpentaria plants are much shorter than required by code and do not do an adequate job of screening. Appropriate plants must be used. Unfair parking privileges are granted. On-street parking on Sutter Avenue is already a significant problem that will be exacerbated by the project. This project is being allowed to take over all public parking in front of it on trash days because it does not have adequate on-site pickup areas. Dr. James Stevenson, who owns property at the corner of Middlefield and Sutter, in his letter of October 23 to the City Council, explained that Sutter is impacted by vehicles from existing high-density housing residents and also from Ellsworth Place. Parking displacement will lead to significant quality of life issues for Sutter residents who already have to search for parking. The council should insist that a fair and workable approach be found that does not give this project special privileges. Inadequately spaced trash carts. The Sutter project requires special treatment on a weekly basis. It will place 36 trash carts on the curb. Green waste requires that trash carts be placed 2 feet apart and 5 feet from cars. The space needed to give this treatment is the project's 103-foot Sutter Avenue property line. It's longer than this line. So the trash carts will have to go in front of other properties when they are spaced as required. So based on inadequate landscape screening, parking, and trash removal problems, we request that the City Council remove this matter from the consent calendar to fix these problems. Thank you for your time and your service to the City of Palo Alto.
Our next speaker is Richard W.
Dear council members, we are residents in the San Carlos Court, and here we request your help to withdraw the 739 Suter Avenue, item 10 from the consent calendar. So essentially, what is this project about? We are the R1 zone in the San Carlos Court near the Safeway. Probably everyone will be a good customer to the Safeway neighborhood. Our neighbors at 739 Suter Avenue proposed to build a 3-floor apartment. What it look like is from here to that wall probably is around 12 feet. And then you suddenly see 3 floors. Probably that's not too much, but the too much point is when they built the 3-floor apartment, they forgot something. They forgot to provide the good screenings and the trees to provide the neighborhood from the safety, from the privacy. Our neighbor already mentioned that there are several municipal codes to clearly mention the neighborhood safety and security and privacy should be honored. One of the code is 18.13.060, multiple family contact-based design criteria and objective design standards. It clearly mentioned respecting the privacy of neighborhood structures by windows and upper floors, balconies, and also minimizing sight lines into and from neighborhood properties by combining the trees and the hedges for screening. The plan proposed by the 73 Suter Avenue on the page 46, cycle 6, clearly mentioned that they want to planting some kind of trees, but they are only 24 box size and 4 to 6 feet. It's just like probably a little bit higher than me and as low as the fence. There is nothing protection of the neighborhood privacy. And this has been clearly proposed in the several rounds, and our neighbors and rebutted this in several rounds to the city staff. And even in the final, it hasn't been clearly addressed with our concerns. So here we request the tree to be tall enough from the inception of the project to protect our privacy and to protect our neighborhood safety. And therefore, we'd like to ask for your help to pull this item from the consent calendar and urge our neighbors to do more design to bring this project to the code. Thank you, dear members.
Our next speaker is Jeff L.
Good evening, Mayor Stone and City Council members. I'm here to ask also that you pull item 10 off consent, and for a reason that affects more than just the residents near the project. When the state said that we could no longer enforce our contextual design criteria that guided new development because those were subjective, Palo Alto created a new set of objective standards. It was a lot of work. It took enormous amounts of staff time and consultant time and lots of ARB, PTC, and council meetings. Many of you were involved. And the goal was to guide new developments while protecting existing ones by creating objective standards that we legally could and would enforce. One of those objective standards mandates that there be protective planting screenings between a new project and existing residential ones. It's simple, it's sensible, it requires trees every 24 feet and also continuous shrubbery. The shrubbery is required to be 6 feet tall when planted. That's about it. As you may have spotted in the plans or in staff's comments, the 739 Sutter project does not meet even these minimal standards. That project will not have continuous shrubbery in the rear because there will be benches in between, and the shrubbery will not be 6 feet tall when planted. The shrubs listed in the plans don't even grow to 6 feet in this climate. When this was pointed out, the city still refused to have the project meet the objective standard. It argued that instead there will be more trees, but that's not what the objective standard requires. Staff didn't adjust the substandard height of the shrubbery. Staff didn't address the gaps in the shrubbery. And most critically, staff expressed a subjective opinion that a different approach to the planting is satisfactory. In other words, instead of applying an objective standard in this case, which the state says we must do, the city instead made a subjective judgment. And that's a terrible precedent. Now, any new project in Palo Alto or anyone who wants to complain about us to the state can point at this. We said we established objective standards, but then we reverted to our old practices of subjectively evaluating compliance. That undermines the extraordinary effort so many put in to create the objective standards, and it creates a precedent under which we won't be able to enforce that particular privacy standard and perhaps others in future projects. We ask that you correct this. The ink is hardly dry on our objective standards, so this is the right time to set the right policy, namely to enforce the objective standards and insist that all future projects opting in to use those standards follow those standards. It won't cost 739 Sutter much to come into compliance, but by doing so, the eventual residents of that project and the neighbors will benefit. And residents across the city will benefit too, because having enforceable privacy rules makes our city much more livable. For that reason, I ask that you pull the item from consent. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth G.
Hi, good evening. Yeah, I would like to also comment on item number 10. But first I'd like to just again reiterate that every week there's so many consent calendar items that really a number of these, including this one, should be open to the public for discussion. And that these end up on the consent calendar, I feel like is not giving us due process for public participation. And regarding Sutter, I don't understand. We do desperately need housing, and I guess this is providing 4 additional condominiums for sale by owner. And we're taking 8 rental units off the market when we so desperately need rental housing in this city. I do want to mention to the previous speaker, possibly these objective standards become subjective because objective standards are really applied to rentals, so rental housing when it comes to affordable housing or building housing for renters within the city. So then that's when the trigger for objective standards gets pulled. So these are for sale. And so obviously these standards get relaxed because there's different issues behind that. So really we do need more housing within our city. That's great. More multi-family housing, but we need more rental housing for all kinds of incomes, for equity and inclusionary purposes, for all wage levels, for all races, religions, sexual orientation, abilities, incomes again. So yeah, I would consider pulling this one to discuss more thoroughly what it means to include and have inclusionary and equitable housing within our city boundaries. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kristen VF.
Thank you, Mayor Stone and members of the City Council. I'll be addressing item 10, and I'm speaking on behalf of Ellsworth Place residents. Because 739 Sutter sets the precedent for future projects on this block of Sutter, and because the southern properties on Sutter share rear property lines with single-story houses on Ellsworth Place, we ask that this item be removed from consent for 2 easily addressed reasons. First is the rear property line screening does not follow our city's municipal code 18.24.050 B2 which clearly states a landscape screen of continuous shrubbery planting, and screening plant material shall be a minimum 72 inches or 6 feet in height when planted. Referring to the color handout you hopefully have in front of you, which shows the current landscape plan, the Carpinteria californica shrubbery, as highlighted in yellow along the rear fence, has a mature height of 6 feet. The staff report addresses this with staff understands that the proposed trees, which shall measure 8 feet in height at planting, does not fully provide vegetation screening at planting. These are fast-growing species capable of providing screening over time. There is a big disconnect here because the California Carpinteria drawn in the plan are not 8 feet tall and only reach a mature height of 6 feet. 6 feet is the height of the rear fence shared with the San Carlos Court properties. This means the neighbors will not have adequate screening and therefore privacy if the current plan is approved. Additionally, the landscape plan does not have continuous screening due to those 4 benches along the rear fence. Neighbors, forced to share property lines with structures towering 2 stories over their own existing homes, want continuous shrubbery that will grow taller than a 6-foot fence. This is far more important than 4 benches. The second reason is the trash collection plan. The developers are depending on restricting public parking along Sutter to accommodate their 36 trash cans. However, multiple family complexes often use shared containers, which take up far less space. Requiring use of shared containers in this project would preserve public parking along this section of Sutter. There is already a shortage of parking here, a fact noted by the dentist office at the Middlefield Road corner, whose letter submitted for another recent project stated that people often park illegally in their private lot, which has a direct impact on their business. So we ask you to pull item 10 from consent and fix these 2 important issues, thereby requiring privacy screening that meets our municipal code and a trash plan that doesn't impact public parking. This project will set the precedent for future projects on Sutter. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram J. Our next speaker is Alan L.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Stone. Good evening, City Council members. Thank you for your time. I speak in support of line item 10, and it's evident that I speak as the only young professional here. I'm a recent attorney, and my view is that these condos would be perfect new starter homes for young folks like myself who are getting priced out of almost every part of Palo Alto. And so, I'm listening to some of these arguments, and they're really the recitation of the same tired NIMBY arguments, taking issues with shrubbery heights, landscape plans, placement of trash cans. And we ask, are we ever going to get serious about solving our housing crisis? I mean, we should allow these type of streamlined developments to succeed. We should be supporting more developments of condos and new housing in our area. And so this, again, would be a perfect new starter home for me, and I would really like to see this done. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Milan S.
Respected Mayor and Council members, I also speak on item number 10. Would like to get it pulled off the consent. I'm representing a group of residents on Sutter Avenue, Palo Alto, and here to express our strong objection to the recently approved high-density development on our street. As a community, we cherish the character, history, and quality of life of our neighborhood. And the proposed project threatens to disrupt the delicate balance of the quality of life that exists. The reasons I will offer are first, community engagement and participation was a misstep. The planning process for this development has unfortunately bypassed the crucial stage of community engagement in specific. We filed objections with the city on July 11, 2022, which went without acknowledgement, leaving us without a voice in the decision that directly impacts our lives and the value of our properties. The city's admission of not connecting with us on our concerns only strengthens our plea for a re-evaluation of the process, ensuring that it becomes inclusive and reflective of the residents' voices. As stewards of our city, we expect and deserve a process marked by transparency and collaboration. Second, preserving the identity of our neighborhood ought to be taken seriously. Sutter Avenue is a harmonious blend of 13 single-family homes alongside 11 parcels of apartment-style housing. As long-term residents, we have fostered a neighborhood defined by tranquility, camaraderie, and a close-knit spirit. The proposed three-story development is a stark contrast from this established norm that threatens to overshadow the existing charm and sense of place of this neighborhood. The density and scale of this proposed development are incompatible with the current aesthetics, architecture, and character of our street. The approval of this project sets a precarious and wholly unwelcome precedent, potentially triggering a domino effect of similar high-sized developments from the 11 other parcels. When combined, these would represent a potentially staggering 100+ units of housing jam-packed on a quiet street of 13 single-family houses. This would not only significantly alter the skyline and diminish the quality of life for current residents, but shockingly and alarmingly favor the interest of profit-seeking investors and developers over the well-being of the residents and the community. The increase in traffic, noise, and congestion that would accompany such development stands in stark
Your
contrast.
time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is David W.
Thank you. Thank you. Since I'm the last speaker, I'll be brief, only take 1 minute. So I want to just reiterate the other neighbors' concern. And I feel like this is a lack of transparency. We are with the dual process, we are not a participant. Actually, we have a petition and never heard from the city, and I don't think our concern is addressed. Second, I feel like this 739 project is pose a huge fire hazard and the traffic hazard. The fire hazard is going to be like 12 units, right? 3-bedroom. So if you're counting is 36, room, and if you assume like 1 or 2 person per room, that means we're going to bring like almost 100 people for that property. So that's going to be, the density is too high. And if we recall last year, in the plaza, the Fields Coffee Plaza, is the head. I feel like it's something gonna bad, and also that location, there's a lot of the dental office, the shopper, and when there's a fire happen, how the fire truck gonna come in? I mean, that location is not good for the high density community, the condo construction. And the third one is the traffic, and especially the location, and because we are so close to the junction of the the Safeway shopping plaza, and especially we go to the I drop off my kids in the morning, and that location on the Sutter Avenue, because we have to turn into the Middlefield, and that street is so busy, especially you want to go to the southbound. And in the winter, in the morning, when the temperature is low, visibility is bad, and there's already a lot of traffic. And now you're putting a lot of, the population here, and it's going to be a lot. I think it's going to create a lot of, the traffic accident. So that's my. I feel like we need to do a lot more study before we approve this. So I think that's all the concern I have. Thank you, Council Mayor.
That concludes public comment on consent calendar items 4 through 10.
Okay, thank you. Back to council. Do we have a motion to move the consent calendar?
So moved.
I'll do polls and no's after the motion. Okay. All second. So motion from Councilmember Lithcott Ames, second by myself. Any no votes or requests to pull? Councilmember Koo.
I'd like to request to pull item number 10 and see if I have any support. If I don't have any support, then I'll register a no vote.
So I have no support. You'll vote no?
Mm.
Okay.
I'll register a no vote for item number 10.
Councilmember Tanaka?
No on 6.
Councilmember Burt?
To poll 10.
Okay. See no other lights? Clerk can call the vote.
And I'd like to vote no on 10 if not polling it.
Okay, so Councilmember Burt will vote no on 10 since it failed to get the votes to poll.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We'll go in order. Councilmember Ku, would you like to speak to your no vote?
Yes, thank you. As the, I think that this is important for people to know that right now we have the by right, which is minister approval of housing projects. And this is actually an appeal. And so if this is how the appeal works, when there is items that is of question and when staff is not actually looking at it more carefully so that there's less impacts, this is what happens. As someone said, you know, right now there are affordable units, affordable rental units at this site. And this is what we need. We have an affordability, housing affordability crisis, not as that person from the public who said that we have a housing crisis. It's an affordability crisis that we have. And it's egregious to have 36 trash bins taking away parking space, and we're not even correcting that. And as we know already, we have limited parking in the city. Furthermore, if it's promised that we're going to provide screening, that screening and privacy is part of our objective design guidelines, why is it that we're not doing it? Why are we putting benches in places where it will have no screening? So I think, you know, this is an egregious way of doing it when we're having an appeal process and the neighbors are not heard. Furthermore, I want to say these are residents that live in this city. We're talking about DEIB, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. These are residents and they belong here. And I think it's kind of sad that we talk about one thing, but then we do something completely different. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, so I'm talking about item 6. Item 6 is $147 million to buy some very expensive energy. A lot of residents here are struggling. A lot of people lost their jobs because of the layoffs in tech. This is a 20-year contract, so it's not a short-term contract. It's a huge item. And I think for us, why I think we want to be green, there's lots of other alternatives. I for one have advocated for nuclear power. It's clean, it's safe, carbon-free. You know, burning biogas is not clean. It puts more carbon into the air. It's also really expensive, 6 times more expensive. And the other problem with this item on number 6 is that while it's an up to amount, it's not clear as to if there's a minimum that we have to do every year. So that's another reason that, so there's a little bit of a clarity issue here. But I think, you know, in a time when a lot of people are struggling, I think piling on more cost into our utility bills is probably not the right direction.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes. So I just want to say that I support the project that's on Sutter, but I am concerned that there are issues that have been raised on whether our own objective standards have been met. And I don't understand why they haven't. We really don't seem to have good clarity on that. It seems like at least that part of the concern of the appeal is a pretty easy fix. But based on the information that we've been provided by the neighbors, and don't really have, to my knowledge, the reasons why the planting and screening is different from what appear to be the objective standards. That's why I didn't support the project as it came to us tonight.
All right, thank you. And okay, turn it over to staff.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to be clear, we're moving on to city manager's comments.
Yes, sorry, to city
Thank
manager
you.
comment.
Yes, just wanted to be clear on that. As it happens, and yes, let me ask the city clerk for assistance with some slides. But before we get to the slides, I got a few items that were perhaps just a good opportunity for catch up. I did note earlier under agenda changes, but just for general awareness, that on item 10 that was just heard on the consent calendar, that staff did issue a supplemental memo this afternoon that addressed a number of the issues that were raised in public comment. Also, unrelated to that, but on a separate matter, just also wanted to acknowledge that has been, was mentioned under public comment related to public rallies at the Civic Center, that having received a number of inquiries over the last few weeks, last week, the city attorney, the police chief, and myself did finalize some information in response to a number of the concerns raised. As in a nutshell, to note that the city has specifically designated use of the Civic Center Plaza as a site for political demonstrations, except when conflicting with civic and governmental uses. And in so doing, the city must be mindful of both its responsibility to ensure public safety and its obligation to protect community members' First Amendment rights to peaceful demonstrations. So in light of that context, staff had reviewed the previous rally on March 30th and concluded that no charges were warranted based on circumstances that we have been aware of. And also, as it was noted under public testimony, there was an additional rally yesterday, and at this point, all reports are positive in terms of how that event proceeded. Now, let's see. Then last item, just before I get to the slides, is just acknowledging the City Council has received a number of emails over the last few days related to Palo Alto Airport. We want to note that the most recent meeting was in late February, but at that point there was a suggestion of additional comments or the opportunity for members of the public to comment on the ongoing planning effort. And I understand that a community member had suggested that community members copy the council on their comments to staff on that long-range planning effort. And so that may have contributed to the city council receiving a number of emails on that topic recently. That said, I did also want to note just specifically that FAA guidelines and design criteria for the planning process do require that the airport consider runway changes, and ultimately this will come back to City Council for review and approval, and that no recommendation has been brought forward for any airport expansion. Okay, now with that, let's go forward to a number of just general community awareness items. First, as was noted earlier, today is Earth Day, and want to acknowledge both today's significance as well as yesterday's Earth Day festival. Excuse me, as was noted, Drew, I think I heard an estimate, and you always don't want to print these estimates, but nonetheless of on the order of 700 community members attending. So that is an outstanding attendance. And so thank you both to community members that came out as well as our team members and partners that were involved in organizing and producing the event. Next slide, please. Okay, just also on that note, want to note that the city has just posted and is in the process of posting additional updates regarding the council's priorities for the year. The first update focuses on our climate change and natural environment protection and adaptation priority. And so there's a discussion or a breakdown of the 23 distinct initiatives and projects that are part of the priorities. Again, this is your typical SMART goals, specific, time-bound, measurable, and forget the other two. But in any case, reflected in a updated report, and additional reports will be forthcoming over the next several weeks on the other priorities. Next slide, please. Did want to note in a couple of weeks out on May 1st, our libraries will all be closed for a department-wide staff training and development event. And then noting that our libraries will be open again on their next regularly scheduled day, for most of which are the following day, May 2nd, but not all. So as such, would like community members to take a look at the schedules posted on our website. Next slide, please. Then also a preview, I mentioned this previously, but May Fête, really celebrating its 100th year anniversary. This first Saturday in May, May 4th, will be a very special event. Did want to note that there will be opportunities for community members to dress up in their favorite decade. This is being coordinated with organizations that are participating in the parade. Also want to note that there is a section of the parade where community members, friends, family, and pets are invited to participate in the parade, and also volunteer opportunities for teens. All additional information available at cityofpaloalto.org/mayfete. Next slide, please. Then finally, just noting upcoming calendars, and I did want to highlight a few items here. Next week is a special transportation workshop. So not a regular city council meeting, so we will not have our normal city manager comments or public comments on items not on the agenda. This is a focused discussion on specifically the pedestrian bicycle transportation plan update, as well as really a majority of the evening dedicated to rail grade separation, bringing the council and community members up to date on that work. Then the following day, April 30th, the council will have a special meeting to conduct your board and commission interviews that remain. Then May 6th will be our annual charter mandated transmittal of the proposed budget that will then lead into a number of budget discussions, a couple of other study sessions planned, as well as 800 San Antonio public hearing. Then the following meeting on May 13th will be a study session on the proposed budget that follows a series of finance committee meetings that will occur on the prior week. Then also want to highlight that on May 13th, this will be your next opportunity to talk about your annual review of the City Council's Policy and Procedures Handbook, PNP Handbook, as it's referred to. And then the last thing I wanted to highlight for the council in particular is that on June 18th, your last scheduled meeting is June 17th for adoption of the budget. But expecting that your council docket for your meetings is really booked up between now and the last meeting in June. June 18th, I believe, has been identified as a backup date. So I wanted to let the council know that it is likely that we will need that date to cover a business that has been building through the year and would benefit from your attention before the July recess. So with that, Mayor, that completes my comments. Back to you.
Wonderful. Thank you, City Manager. That brings us to our break. We're a half hour behind schedule. It's a 5-minute break. Okay. Yep. Great. Take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 9:14. action item of the evening, which is review and provide input on the concept plans for Quarry Road transit connection to the Palo Alto Transit Center and adoption of a resolution of intention to undedicate a portion of El Camino Park. I assume staff has a presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We actually have just a few minute presentation. I'd like to go through, provide an overview of this item. I'll just do a quick intro and then ask my partner here to my right, Leslie Lowe, the Director of Transportation and Environmental Planning for Stanford University, to talk about the specifics of the proposal in front of you this evening, and then I'll come back and speak to process ahead. So with that, let's go to the next slide. Thank you. As the council, I believe, is aware, this is actually a project that has a number of agencies that are interested in the outcome. You see a number of the logos here. Just quickly, I'll note Dumbarton Express, ACC Transit, Alameda County Transit, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, Caltrain, the university, obviously, City of Palo Alto, Caltrans, recognizing the connection with El Camino Real, Samtrans, and the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority. So multi-agency interests in this proposal. Next slide, please. To give you a quick orientation on the location, what's shown here in green is El Camino Park. We're really spanning the stretch, call it the length between El Camino Real on the bottom here or on the west, and the Caltrain tracks, or shown here is the Peninsula Corridor Joint Powers Board, right of way on the east or at the top, and the orange arrow here showing what would be the extension of Quarry Road through this section of El Camino Park. Really connecting El Camino Real with the intermodal station shown here in blue. Next slide, please. Then want to note that in terms of our city's comprehensive plan, that the project, or at least the concept of the project, is called out in our comp plan. And the item before you this evening is the first step in a specific step to implement the programs reflected here. Next slide, please. Then note as context that El Camino Park is this 10.75 acres of land that is actually leased from Stanford University to the city under a lease that dates back to 1915, expiring in 2042, and has been dedicated by the city under ordinance for recreation and conservation practices or purposes. Next slide, please. And then as specified in our charter, the removal of that use for anything other than park purposes does require a majority vote of the electorate. And so as such, that leads to the proposal you have this evening. Next slide, please. And with that, let me turn it over to Director Lowe.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Stone. Again, my name is Leslie Lowe. I'm with Stanford University. I'm the Director of Transportation and Environmental Planning. Next slide, please. I'm gonna go through the project need and the concept plans for you. So roughly 600 buses serve the transit center daily, using 10 public bus bays and the curbside along University Circle for boarding and alightings. Caltrain electrification is scheduled to begin in the fall of 2024. Electrification will alter train service to every 15 minutes per direction during the peak periods, and from 1 to 2 trains per hour during the off-peak periods and the weekends. Buses and shuttle services will align with the Caltrain service, and further transit service plans include higher bus frequencies to accommodate those anticipated demands. The station is also a significant source of bicycle trips for Caltrain. Bicycle-equipped passengers at the transit center estimated at over 800 daily. And roughly And the transit center also represents the highest use of bicycles for Caltrain along the corridor outside of the San Francisco 4th and King Station at 14% of all bicycle boarding and alightings. The buses are currently routed through University Avenue and University Circle. Buses, and particularly those articulated buses, require additional turning radii to access the transit center from University Avenue, which regularly causes congestion and delays for traffic and creates additional conflict points for pedestrians and bicycles into a gateway to downtown Palo Alto. The proposed project would directly improve congestion and safety for all modes of transportation in this key regional gateway. Next slide. Designs for the transit connection are in the very early stages. All feasible options are under consideration, ranging from a new connection providing full access to buses between the transit center and El Camino Real, as well as an outbound only transit lane, for example. Feedback on the ultimate design will be taken from public agency partners as well as the general public. The preliminary concept plan that you're seeing here before you is a design that shows a full access intersection for transit. It includes 12.5-foot wide inbound and outbound transit lanes with 6-inch curbs. There's a landscape median that ranges between 18 and 33 feet that would house the existing utilities on the site. And this project, as conceived here, would require about 1/4 acre of land within the El Camino Park to accommodate these transit connections. Next slide. However, voter approval would look to discontinue use of about 1/3 of an acre of land. And this would be for the sole purpose of allowing minor shifts in the project plans as they are finalized and go through engineering. So this extra about 0.1 acres represents a 10-foot buffer around the concept design. I will note that after the completion of the project, any land that was not used for the project would then be rededicated by the city for park purposes. Next slide. As noted, the landscape median ranges in the width between 18 and 33 feet and is designed to house the existing utilities on the site. The utilities on the parcel include the San Francisco PUC and city water lines, communication lines, electric lines, gas lines, and the Caltrans traffic signal. Next slide. The project would also include multiple pedestrian and bicycle improvements within El Camino Park, adjacent to the transit connection, as well as in the intersection of Corey Road at El Camino. 40% of train passengers currently walk, bike, or use personal mobility devices to reach their final destinations. This confirms the importance of the pedestrian and bicycle safety improvements included with this project design. Specifically, the proposed project would upgrade the crossing of El Camino Real to accommodate pedestrians and bicycles on both sides of Corey Road, which would reduce crossing time. It could add safety and accessibility measures to the intersection of Corey Road at El Camino Real, such as curb extensions, tighter turning radii, new pedestrian and bicycle ramps, pedestrian and bicycle refuge islands, as well as high visibility bicycle markings. Next slide. Through these improvements, there would also be enhanced visibility of the existing paths through the transit center and to the transit center, connecting the paths that connect the El Camino Park to Embarcadero Bike Path, as well as the Stanford Perimeter Trail. Importantly, by altering the bus circulation in and around the transit center, there's a real opportunity to improve pedestrian bicycle movements that can address the existing breakdowns in the area. And this will be further discussed through the city's bicycle pedestrian master plan transportation update. Next slide. The bus route reorganization would also have secondary benefits to the University Avenue and University Circle area by eliminating the need for some buses to make constrained turning movements in the corridor, reducing congestion on University Avenue. Creating a more efficient traffic flow for buses would also serve to reduce emissions of air pollution and noise from other vehicular traffic. Over 600 buses go through the transit center daily, representing over 1,200 trips when accounting for both the inbound and outbound. With the Corey Road connection, it's estimated that over 500 bus trips could avoid the circle. That's a 59% reduction. Surface route travel time savings have been estimated at 5 to 8 minutes. This savings translates into improved commutes for transit riders as well as reduced operating costs for transit providers. Next slide. A conceptual landscape plan will be developed in the next phase of the project. If any tree removal is needed, requirements will be replaced per city ordinance. Next slide. And with that, I'd like to hand it back to our city manager.
Thank you. Again, just in terms of moving forward and steps ahead, one key step that is typically involved with many of our projects is review of compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. And in this case, because the proposed project is a transit facility, and as noted here, the specific description does at this point appear that the project qualifies for an exemption, and as such will be an expedited review and approval that could be done by the city council. As noted here, staff is continuing to look at this, but at this point that is the preliminary conclusion. Next slide, please. Then moving to the process that is reflected in tonight's hearing, the city charter prescribes a two-step process for undedication of parkland. The first that is before you this evening is the adoption of a resolution of intention, identifying the land, and also noting that a second step will be conducted so that any person who wishes to lodge a written and signed protest against the proposal will have the opportunity to do so at your next hearing, which is scheduled for June 10th. Then on June 10th, the council will review any written protests and decide whether to sustain or overrule them. If the council overrules the protests, you can then adopt an ordinance to place the measure on the ballot for the November election. Next slide, please. Then taking a step back to the key steps in this public review effort on the proposal. First off was a hearing in front of the Parks and Recreation Commission in late March. Then we have our city council discussion today. Actually, that date's wrong. It should be the 22nd. Apologies for that. We do have an additional pedestrian and bicycle advisory committee meeting that will be held in early May. Then again, the city council will review the measure again on June 10th with the potential to adopt an ordinance placing the item on the agenda or on the ballot, excuse me. Then in the first meeting of August, should the council approve placement on the ballot, the council will then in August consider an approval of ballot language, very specific ballot language, and then all leading to the election day in November. Next slide, please. Then with that, just wanted to acknowledge a few items that are ongoing work that will be resolved as the project proceeds. First off, as was noted earlier, a tree replacement and a landscaping plan has not yet been prepared since this is a concept still only, but that would be work to be accomplished in the future. In addition, there are issues associated with the construction funding, maintenance, and operational responsibilities among the entities that are involved. Third, here, property ownership, or in effect, how the project and the right-of-way, should it be approved, will relate to the El Camino Park lease. Specifically, the city has proposed an easement be granted for this use. That is a topic of ongoing discussion with the university. And then finally, the need for a Caltrans approval and permitting process that would be undertaken again, really after the ballot measure and subject to approval by the voters. Next slide, please. And with that, just to come back to the specific action recommended and requested this evening would be to receive council and public input on the proposed concept. And then secondly, finally, the adoption of a resolution of intention in order to proceed to the next step. With that, Mayor, back to you for any questions or council discussion and then public input.
Great, thank you. Let's turn to public comment on this item. Okay, 2 minutes per speaker.
Our first speaker is Herb B.
Mayor Stone and council members, I believe it's premature to be voting on a resolution of intention to undedicate for a number of reasons. I had sent you a letter by email shortly after the meeting began, in which I indicated that this is a part of a larger project, and therefore you can't use the exemption discussed by staff, because that only applies if this is a separate project by itself, but instead is it a segment of a larger project. In my letter in paragraph 5, I have a typo that the original lease on the Red Cross building started in 1946. Now we have someone from Stanford proposing the project to you, which is understandable because it's the Stanford shuttles that ride along Quarry Road, and it would make it easy for them to cross. You're being asked to vote for a resolution of intent to undedicate when you don't know the project yet. And by that, I mean this segment. As the Stanford representative said, it's still planning it. In a way, this is similar to, but different than, the Measure E ballot measure for undedicating 11 acres in the Baylands for a concept. As you know, that was done without knowing what was going to be built there. But that could be done by initiative measure because that's exempt from environmental review. The council taking an action such as the resolution of intent is subject to environmental review. And the appropriate time to come to you is when they have the design of what the project's going to be. And then you will know what the appropriate area is that needs to be undedicated. Coming in now and having a resolution of intent for a concept when you don't know what's going to be constructed there, the way to do that is the way Measure E did it. Go circulate an initiative petition. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Navi D.
Good evening, Mayor Stone and Palo Alto City Council. My name is Navi Dhaliwal with Caltrain, and I'm here to express our support for the resolution to undedicate a passive section of El Camino Park to enable significant transit and safety improvements via a new linkage between the transit center and El Camino Real along Quarry Road. As you all know, Caltrain provides rail service from San Francisco to San Jose and Morgan Hill and Gilroy. Serving the region since 1863, Caltrain is the oldest continually operating rail system west of the Mississippi. Beginning this fall, Caltrain, as Leslie mentioned, will launch electrified service, which will reduce diesel emissions and add more service to more stations while advancing the agency's equity goals. The Palo Alto Transit Center is a vital hub as the second most utilized station on the Caltrain corridor, with nearly 64,000 rides taken during March 2024. The future Quarry Road connection project will reduce congestion within University Circle and along University Avenue. In addition, the project will enhance bicycle and pedestrian paths at the intersection of Quarry Road, which will improve safety and access to our trains. Caltrain also appreciates the future Quarry Road Connection project, which will allow buses and shuttles to exit onto El Camino Real faster. This will reduce bus transit times, as mentioned, by an estimated 5 to 8 minutes per trip, and then ensure passengers can safely access our trains efficiently and reach work, home, school, or wherever their final destination may be. We look forward to continuing to partner with the City of Palo Alto, Stanford, and our partner transit agencies as these conceptual plans move forward, and would appreciate and respectfully ask you to support adding the proposed parkland to the November 2024 ballot. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Charlize C.
Good evening, Mayor Stone and honorable council members. My name is Charles C. and I'm here tonight on behalf of Sam Trans. We submitted a letter of support last week, but we also wanted to be here tonight to voice our support for the Quarry Road Transit Connections project. Sam Trans operates fixed route buses, Ride Plus microtransit service, and Ready Wheels for people with mobility challenges throughout San Mateo County, parts of San Francisco, and Palo Alto. Samtrans has a high-need transit-dependent customer base where 90% of riders are low income, 64% are extremely low income, and nearly 75% do not have access to a car. Similar to Caltrain, Palo Alto Transit Center is a vital hub for Samtrans's transit operations, and it's served by 5 of Samtrans's routes: 280, 281, 296 OWL, 397, and ECR. For March 2024, these routes had a monthly total ridership of 32,324. With more direct routing to El Camino Real and Quarry Road, the future Quarry Road Connection project will allow time savings on Samtrans routes 281 and ECR per trip, which in turn would create a much better experience for the transit riders. The project would also enhance bicycle and pedestrian paths at the intersection of Quarry Road and El Camino, which will improve safety and access to our buses. We look forward to working with the City of Palo Alto, Stanford, and partner transit agencies as conceptual plans for the Quarry Road Connection project are further developed, and respectfully ask you to add the proposed parkland changes to the November 2024 ballot to enable the project. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth G.
Good evening. Hi, yeah, this is Happy Earth Day. What a great concept idea. Really awesome. It was just wonderful to see all those logos of the partnerships that are on board with this. This is just amazing connectivity. This is the types of projects we want to see for our community, especially as housing is coming online, and it's right on the border of the San Mateo, Santa Clara counties. It's in the northernmost part of Palo Alto. It's connecting shoppers, residents, people to jobs. It just goes on. It's enhancing infrastructure prior to planned housing. That's another thing. I was curious, and I kind of flashed on the page with all the logos. Is Amtrak part of this? Amtrak does connect down in Santa Clara, and also with the stadium down there, both the Great America Stadium, football stadium, and also Santa Clara University. It'd be really cool to see Amtrak part of this as a bus service to their connecting services in the South, maybe also to Oakland. The one thing I really want to talk about, though, is also it connects sports to this transit, right? The baseball field being there, the soccer field. So families are going to have more of an opportunity to participate in public transit to get to those things. Running out of time here, but happy Earth Day. This is a wonderful design concept. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth A.
Good evening, council members. My name is Elizabeth Alexis, and tonight I am speaking on behalf of Friends of Caltrain. We would strongly support the staff recommendation to adopt a resolution of intention to undedicate this portion of El Camino Park for these critical improvements to transit. We do have two specific comments, though, to add on the design. Cannot emphasize enough the importance of 5 to 8 minutes, which may seem like a small amount, but on a short transit trip, that can be the difference between somebody deciding to take Caltrain or a Samtrans bus if they have to make a connection. We do think it's consequential and well worth the complications involved with getting so many agencies involved to make it happen. Our first comment would be that if we're going to bother to do such a project, it should be a two-way, not just a one-way street. It is a marginal additional impact to the park space and would provide something close to twice the benefit. Our second comment would be on improving the bike access. While the slide did show something that looked like somewhat improved bike access, it is still really horrific. The bike and pedestrian access to Caltrain and the underpass that leads to and from downtown Palo Alto, if you are coming from Quarry Road or if you are coming from other parts of El Camino Park. The bike connection through it is quite poor, and with the new road at Quarry Road for people going in certain directions, it would create another conflict with buses, and bikes would be going in both directions, which does create additional risk. We have sent in some comments which have some maps on where Google shows you how you would try and bike through this area. We suggest that you do go and check this out yourself. It's quite difficult. Anyway, we highly recommend that the city work together with Stanford and Caltrain to implement a direct and protected path as part of the undedication, which we think will provide an offset to any impacts. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Aram J.
So, Herb Borak always seems to hit the ball out of the park. And if I'm understanding him correctly, there is not any way to get around an environmental study here in that regard. And secondly, I don't think we should be in the business of undoing our parks, okay? We really love our parks in Palo Alto. And, it's great that Caltrans and all these folks come up here and they're selling it because it's going to be environmentally correct. We're going to have more bicycle rides and less pollution. Very good PR job on their part. But I'm curious why, and maybe there just are no groups, but why some of the environmental groups are not also asked to speak on this issue in terms of the opposite. What happens when we undedicate a park? It's a slippery slope. I don't know what the city of Palo Alto is going to be offered in return by Caltrans, Stanford. So I'm really big time in deliberation, and I'm certainly glad that it won't be left to the city council to decide the ultimate question. I don't trust a large part of my city council. There's some folks on the council I do. And so I'm glad that it's going to be the voters that ultimately make the decision if this resolution goes on. But I'm with Herb Borak. Let's make sure we have the full plan, the full concept, all of it complete before we're asked to vote on it. There's no rush here. We're talking about, Caltrans says they've been around since 1863. Good for them. That's great. So we don't need to rush this onto the November ballot prematurely. Let's see if we can, with sleeker vehicles, more electrical vehicles, accomplish the same goals of having less congestion, more bikes, more pedestrian pathways without undedicating 1 inch of that park. I drove by that park today on the way home from an appointment, and I saw in that little section a lot of folks having a good time. I used to go to meetings with Grateful Dead over there.
Our next speaker is Winter D.
Yep, Winter Dellenbach. I want it all. I think we should have it all. I think this is a laudatory project if it's done right. But we don't know what done right means at this point because it's very amorphous. And we're talking about dedicated parkland. Now, you know, and I know that given the enormous amount of housing that we're to manifest in the next 8 years or so, that the need for more parkland is going to be really critical. And I don't think any of us know how to achieve the amount that we're going to need. And given that, undedicating parkland is it's hard to think about. But we could possibly, if there's a good plan for this project, do this project, but also with the concept of no net loss of parkland, no net loss of parkland. And so if Stanford needs to provide an equivalent amount of parkland some way, somewhere else in town in a way that makes sense, and that should be part and parcel. And I think voters would be much more inclined to vote for this than just saying, well, look what we're giving up. Yes, the climate benefits are clear, or well, they're not clear, but they're good. So I think that should be done. And if we're above board, there'll be more support. Also, there's more than just the third of an acre we're talking about, because this road cuts through the park. And so there's a piece off, a remaining piece that's separated. And we need to have either include that in the amount of parkland that
Your
needs
time is up.
substituted, or we need to find a useful access and use for it, such
Your
as
time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is Eduardo H.
Oh, hi. My name is Eduardo. I'm a social worker with the Stanford Hospital. So I bike to work at least 3 times per week, and I bike through that area, and it's kind of hard to navigate through that area and a little bit dangerous. So I humbly ask for the council to place this resolution on the ballot. Thank you, and have a nice evening.
Our next speaker is Joshua G.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Stone and council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this topic. My name is Joshua Gossett. I'm the director for the Pediatric Transplant Center at Lucile Packard Children's Hospital, Stanford. As background, I think it's important to know that my family moved from Ohio about 6 years ago, and we were previously residents of the Triple L neighborhood of Palo Alto, but unfortunately we're unable to find a sustainable living situation there. And so now I live in El Dorado Hills, which is just east of Sacramento. My commute currently takes me from the Amtrak station at Sacramento, which I'm speaking to you from now, actually, to San Jose station, and then I pick up Caltrain there and come up to Palo Alto and use either a combination of the Marguerite shuttles to reach work, or also walk back to the transit station after my work day. I think it's important to know that there are concerns about the walking path that I have from Lucile Packard to the transit station. I often find myself stuck kind of in the middle of El Camino Real, which is makes me a little bit uncomfortable trying to cross that situation. And I think that this particular resolution would help with that. In addition to that, the beginning of my workday, I use the Marguerite shuttles to come to the office, and even a savings of 5 minutes would be helpful in serving the population that I serve. So I would support the resolution and passing this on to a vote in November. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Petya K.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor Stone and Palo Alto City Council members. My name is Petya Kisyova, and I'm a senior project manager at Stanford Healthcare. I'm an active public transit user and commute through the Palo Alto City Center at least 3 times a week. I walk and take the train to the transit center. I find it a bit challenging and dangerous to navigate the El Camino and Quarry Road intersection as it is currently designed, and understand that a future Quarry Road connection project is being designed to include enhancements for pedestrian and bicycle paths at the intersection and within El Camino Park. These proposed improvements will not only help people go to and from the hospital and the transit center, but will also enhance connectivity to the larger bicycle and pedestrian network established by the city. It seems that the designed improvement will also result in better and safer environment for vehicles and buses. I encourage the Council to place this resolution on the ballot to make the transit center more accessible and safer for bike and pedestrian commuters. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jason Kay.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jason Kim, and I'm here on behalf of the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority, or VTA. We would like to express our support for the staff recommendation for the Quarry Road connection. The Palo Alto Mobility Hub serves as the western anchor for two of our highest ridership routes, the 22 and the 522, and this is a key location for making transit successful in Santa Clara County. This project would open up a number of potential opportunities to better serve Palo Alto and the surrounding communities. We look forward to working with the City of Palo Alto to find the best solution at Quarry Road to improve access and circulation for buses, bikes, pedestrians, and everyone else utilizing the area. We respectfully ask you to approve the staff recommendation and to add the proposed to the ballot in November. Thank you and have a good evening.
And that concludes public comment on action item 11.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you to all the public commenters. Let's return to the dais for questions and discussion. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, I'd just like to give a little context to this. I had been hearing about this issue for years. That Stanford had been exploring it with our staff, and it was something that seemed to have support and concept, but wasn't really moving forward. This last year, as we created the Stanford Ad Hoc Committee, this was an item that came forward pretty early on in those discussions, and our council members really embraced the concept and have moved this ball forward to this point. As some of the speakers have mentioned, our intermodal, multimodal center is the second highest boardings of all Caltrain stations in the system. Second only to San Francisco, twice as many boardings as Diridon Station in San Jose. It's the largest bus station terminal in Santa Clara County. Larger than Diridon, larger than Eastridge, because we serve so many different bus systems of VTA, Sam Trans, Marguerite, AC Transit. It's really a great intermodal center, but it has bad circulation. It was designed 90 years ago, and we really haven't improved it since. This would be a big step in the right direction of that improvement. In part because of the focus that this project is placed on the intermodal station, we're looking at kind of three different needs of improvement: a near term, this being part of a medium term, and longer term plans. The near term is to spruce up this station. It's just out of good repair right now. It needs to be cleaned and spruced up in advance of the launch of the fully electrified system on September 25th, I think it is. And we anticipate that we're going to have an electrification event of everybody being able to tour the new electric, modern Wi-Fi enabled cars, probably on June 1st. So a lot is happening there. And then longer term, we've had laying out there what's what's the future of this whole intermodal area. When we had the housing element or the housing plan start to come forward, there was an interest in housing sites, this being a housing site, but it was proposed of dumping housing there without looking at it as a critical intermodal center and having the housing be a part of the intermodal plan. Instead, it was just plunk housing there. So ultimately, there's a potential for housing here and a whole bunch of other things. That's part of a longer term plan. But the agencies are all interested. It's interesting that the land that we're looking at for this part of the site is owned by Stanford. The Caltrain station itself is owned by Stanford. The land is. It's leased to the city, which sublets it to VTA, even though it's a Caltrain station. Caltrain owns the land on the east side of the tracks there. It's a really convoluted set of ownerships and interests and responsibilities. And what really needs to be done is all these agencies getting together and working together, because the good news is they all value it and it's important. Bad news is it's a bunch of agencies and kind of complicated to deal with it. We will need to have an easement for the roadway, as we typically have for any public roadway. So we'll need to get that from Stanford. Same thing that we got for, we have an easement for the underground reservoir that's under the playing fields there. And so that'll be a precondition for going forward. And then I wanted to address legitimate concerns that the community has over even this small amount of parkland undedication. It'd be about 1/3 of an acre. We just dedicated right across the street, almost contiguous, the Well Tower Park site, about the same amount of acreage. But more importantly, we have a whole bunch of locations in the city that are eligible under our city charter to be dedicated as parkland. And I'm actually working on a colleague's memo to come forward with a referral to the Parks and Rec Commission. I need to make sure that those efforts are consistent with their work, because they actually have a park dedication ad hoc committee. So we'll be working to make sure that those are well aligned. But I believe that the opportunities for parkland dedication are more than an order of magnitude greater than what we're asking the voters to approve in this change. And so I fully agree that with all the housing that we're going to be having in this community, we need to have more parkland, and we need to be really innovative and creative on how we're going to come about getting that. Good news is there really are some significant opportunities that we'll be bringing forward. And I think the voters who, under our charter, have only the voters can undedicate parkland, but the council can actually dedicate parkland without having to go to the voters like we just did with the Well Tower site. So I look forward to bringing that parallel proposal forward so that the voters will be looking at, in the same time frame, at significantly more park being created than the small sliver that we're asking them to undedicate. Thanks.
Councilmember Coop.
Thank you. As Councilmember Burt said, that, you know, the Stanford Ad Hoc Committee has been working on this, but there are a lot more other significant issues that we should be discussing. You know, I know that City Manager mentioned issues to be resolved ahead, which are the tree replacement and landscaping plan. There's construction funding, maintenance and operational responsibilities. I think that's something that we should discuss ahead of time, not after, especially the part about property ownership and relationship to El Camino Park lease. That this matter is actually a huge concern of mine, and I believe that this is something that we should be discussing ahead of time. And also, while the ad hoc committee did have the opportunity to kind of have more knowledge about this, I don't believe the rest of the council does. So I think it's a little bit too early to be doing a resolution at this point. Even a resolution of intention. I do like the project. The project is a good project. It needs to be, we need to have more connectivity, and we need to address the housing that's coming forward. We need the transportation means and all of that. However, until some of the things that are mentioned are resolved, then I think that I'll feel much more comfortable at that point. I don't know if the city manager would like to give a little bit of further information to the rest of the council with regards to property ownership and relationship to El Camino Park lease to the council and
Let's
to the
see.
general public, because I
Sure.
think it's worthwhile for everybody to know.
Sure. Let's see. Well, perhaps a starting point is just acknowledging that on the process that we have in front of you this evening in the specific step, there, as has been alluded to, but maybe worth pointing out, moving back, or what's the right word, counting back from the election date, that the timeline for placing an item on the ballot and the two-step process that is required related to undedication has been something of a sprint. And so it's a very compressed time frame that I believe we have a requirement. And oh, I see Mr. Shimizu is online to confirm, and I'll say this, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, there needs to be a minimum 30-day period between the adoption of the resolution of intention and the adoption of the ordinance placing the item on the ballot. And that's what has brought us to you this evening. So we really don't have much flexibility if we want to continue to make the November ballot. So that might be worth pausing. So Attorney Stump or Shimizu may wish to chime in.
Yeah, Tim, can you help?
Yeah, hi everyone. This is Tim Shimizu, Assistant City Attorney. So City Manager Shikata is correct. The city charter has adopted a procedure that requires this initial resolution of intention, followed by a 30 to 60-day period in which the public can lodge a written protest, followed by a second council hearing where council reviews the protests and decides whether to overrule them or not, and proceed with adopting an ordinance placing this on the November ballot. Because of those required timelines, the adoption of the resolution tonight will mean that you can hold that second hearing, before summer recess and in time for the county's August 9th deadline to place ballot measures on the ballot.
Then if I could address Councilmember Koo, your question about the handling of the property. As Councilmember Burt pointed out, the customary manner of cities securing rights related to streets is through an easement or through fee ownership, actual ownership of the property. In this case, because the property is owned by the university, we are not seeking fee title or actual ownership of the property. But that said, to have the property intertwined as a part of the lease as opposed to separated through an easement does present some risk as to what happens in the future. And as a result, staff has proposed to university staff that an easement be the manner through which these rights are granted. The initial response from the university has been to do something more informal through permissions related to the initial or the 1915 lease. And so as such, this is a point that we would like to discuss further with the university in order to really achieve what we need in order to proceed with this as a project and ultimately as a public right-of-way for the duration of the use that's proposed.
Thank you. I think that gives a little clearer view about a lease. And, you know, Stanford, the El Camino Park lease with the university is going to end, as it says in the report, in 2042. So there would be the necessity to renegotiate on a lease, and we will have no at this point, we don't know whether it's going to be renewed or not and at what price, right? So I do have concerns about leases. It doesn't give us a right to do too much with it without the permission of the landowner. I also am concerned about maintenance and operational responsibilities for the future because that's going to be something that most likely is going to be on the city to do. And it means that it is our funding that is going to be applied towards that. And correct me if I'm wrong about that, because certainly if we are the ones who are maintaining and funding the maintenance, then there should be a little bit more ease in doing that with having a easement rather than a lease. Thank you. I don't know if you have any more questions, but I think that it's something that we should really vet out prior to moving forward with the resolution. But that's my opinion. Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to kind of continue on with some of the comments Councilmember Burt made. I sit on the Stanford Ad Hoc Committee with him and with Councilmember Koo. And on that committee, we're looking for topics of mutual interest between the city and the university, see if we can't get stuff done for the betterment of both. And this topic clearly falls into that category. This is technically parkland, but if you go and look at it, you'll see it's more like wildland. There's a big utility box on it. This isn't, in my view, land we are sad to lose. And as Councilmember Burt said, we have more parkland to dedicate, and we will. This concept is good for rail and bus commuters, cyclists and pedestrians, the economics of bus transit, the environment. This is why it comes with so many supportive partners. And I think beyond those very practical matters of today, I think it's visionary. If we get our ducks in a row, as Councilmember Burt alluded to, one day we just might have a multimodal center with fully electric quiet trains and multifamily housing, creating a beautiful urban center, welcoming residents and workers, tourists, and other types of visitors to the most prominent overlap between the city and the university. And I encourage us to be loyal to that future. This is a great next step.
Councilmember Baker.
Thank you. Yes. Plus one to that. I definitely like the goal of encouraging greater use of mass transit, be it trains and buses, and also enhancing the bike and pedestrian access. And generally that area needs a facelift anyway, honestly. I actually walked around it on Saturday just to make sure I knew exactly what the spaces were, what they felt like, where the utility poles were. And, you know, there's a large fence between the last sort of the baseball field and this walkway through. And so that area that would be, I guess, south of the roadway that would come through is already kind of cut off from the rest of El Camino Park. But honestly, that area is almost an embarrassment of weeds right now. It is tacky looking. If I were going there after dark, I would not feel particularly safe. So in many ways, this will give us an opportunity for upgrading it, I believe. But, and I know that we're at the concept stage now, and we don't have detailed plans, but are there thoughts as to how that area would be maintained once we have the walkways indicated on the diagrams and such, because it's not so much right now?
Fair point. I think those are issues to be resolved. We would anticipate, again, subsequent to voter approval, that there will be memoranda of understanding that are needed among any parties that are directly involved. Again, recognizing that this is a connection between a state highway, a park, and the transit center with multi-agencies.
And that said, I will say that, you know, at Sunday or Saturday, 5-ish, tremendous numbers of people walking back and forth through that area and all the different paths and you know, buses coming and going and things going on. So that was encouraging how much it's
being used, like right now. So then that wasn't even a work day or a commute time or any of that. My other question is, it's indicated in the staff report that one of the challenges is that Caltrans review and approval is necessary, but won't occur until after voter approval, which is unfortunate, but I understand that. I guess what I'm wondering is, do we have or can we get any kind of preliminary indication from them as to what, I would hate to go through all of this, go through the ballot measure, all of that, and then they become a real hurdle.
We've had preliminary conversations with Caltrans, and they are supportive of the project and have encouraged us to create pedestrian and bicycle connections on both sides. We've shared the concept designs with them. And of course, they can't approve them. They've just told us that making sure that we're following their guidelines.
Great. Okay, terrific. Thank you. That's all I have.
Councilman Tanaka.
So this land is currently owned by Stanford, right? Okay, and we lease this land. That's good. Okay, and how much do we pay for it?
It's $1 a year lease.
$1 a year. Okay. So we would be. I was wondering, is the city able to basically sublease this land out, or how the economics work?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Would the city be able to sublease the land? Because, if we give up this parkland, right, to allow for this, can we monetize it basically?
I can't say with absolute certainty, but I don't believe so.
Okay. Okay, so because the city currently, we have ownership of this land for how long is the lease?
It expires in 2042.
2042. So we have and why did we get this land again for $1? Like, what was the motivation for Stanford?
Oh, it's a long history, and I wouldn't want to try to speculate.
Okay,
on
but it was to make up for something, right? I would assume. Or is it just a pure donation to the city?
It's not a donation.
Okay.
It is.
So it was compensation for something. So I'm just thinking of, like, this is an asset to the city, and so we are relinquishing it, right? Essentially. And so shouldn't we get compensated for that?
I think I understand your question. It might be helpful just to give a little more context on the park uses that include sports fields, as you may be familiar, as well as a water reservoir that's below one of the sports fields. So this, in effect, is currently providing multiple community uses. And again, this roadway would remove a segment of that parkland use while retaining the remainder.
Okay, well, I guess my point is we got this land for $1 because it was compensation for something, I would assume, a trade of, I don't know the history. And
well, let me give you a little insight. I think back in 1915, when the lease was initially established, it provided open space, park use for the community, and this, at the time, the city was compensating the university for that lease. That changed over time to what we currently have as the $1 a year lease.
Okay, well, I guess I'm just interested in knowing, I know it's not a lot of land, but land in Palo Alto is pretty valuable, and even though it does expire in a few decades, I would think that we should get some sort of compensation for this, right? Because we're losing land essentially. And so, I mean, is that not a correct assumption, or because it is Palo Alto land, right? Like what, 0.24 acres or whatever, or no, it's well, whatever it is. There's some land that we're losing.
It is leased for park purposes currently, and so again, this would be a change in use. Okay. But in either case, it's not revenue generating.
I know it's not revenue generating, but I think we should get some sort of compensation for. I'm in general very favorable to this project. I think it makes a lot of sense, but I think we got this land for some reason. And I know we have a habit of giving land out for $1 as well, but given our finances, given that we're actually losing money, I think we should try to make up for it.
Okay, I just have a couple of questions. So Caltrans just did a bike safety audit of bicycle crashes along El Camino. Do we have any idea of exactly kind of how dangerous the Quarry Road El Camino Real intersection is? Does staff have that data available, or recall if that intersection was particularly troubling?
I don't recall that was identified as a hotspot. We do have Rafael Rios from our transportation staff standing by, I hope. Let's see if he can respond. Yes, Mr. Rios.
Hi, Rafael Rios, a senior engineer with the Office of Transportation. Thank you, council members in there. Unfortunately, I don't have that information. I can research it and get back to you guys or to everyone with it.
That's fine. I mean, just off the top of your head, do you recall that being a particularly dangerous intersection?
I don't. I know there's a separate bike and pedestrian improvement effort going on right now for University Avenue crossing. I don't know that Quarry Road had similar or concerns. So.
Okay, thank you. And I'm curious, I know we have a couple Stanford representatives in here. Just curious learning Stanford's response to the request made by some park commissioners who suggested Stanford dedicating some of their land to the city in a land swap. I know there's issues with Stanford's founding grant, not being able to sell land, but maybe other properties that you've acquired that is a possibility there. I mean, have those conversations been had yet?
I'm going to have to defer to our real estate team. I'm on the transportation team, but we believe this is a public project as well. So we see it as a benefit to the public.
Okay. Yeah, I think having those conversations could be helpful. I mean, I think definitely when we're looking at costs, because it doesn't seem like we've also figured out really kind of cost sharing of this project as well. I think even if council does approve placing the issue of undedicating parkland on the ballot, I think it's going to be a real uphill battle to be able to get that measure passed, because no one wants to lose parkland, especially in Palo Alto. And I think being able to show that Stanford or other of these agencies are really kind of helping with this lift, helping with the bill, kind of sacrificing as well through potential land swaps, I think that would go a long way. I think there's going to have to be some way that the city really can market this in a way where the voters feel like they're getting a really good deal. I think the infrastructure benefits here are worth the swap, and I think Councilmember Burt, what Councilmember Burt discussed earlier about another potential opportunity for the city to dedicate parkland is all going to be helpful. But I see this as a challenge on messaging for this to get it passed. But overall, I do think this is a good project. I mean, I really hate to see us lose parkland, but Councilmember Lithcott-Hames kind of got to this earlier. I think the truth of the matter is not all parkland is equal, and it's not like we're undedicating prime parkland through the middle of Greer Park or Mitchell Park and slapping a road down in between there. I mean, this really is an underutilized portion of El Camino Park that's running along El Camino Real. It's not a place that I ever see people relaxing in, and I think the public benefit far outweighs the loss of that parkland. And then I'm really excited about the opportunity of actually being able to expand our parkland through additional dedication. And this is going to allow for the capacity of additional buses, which is going to likely, I think, be needed after Caltrain electrifies and increases the amount of the trains along the peninsula. And I think it's really incumbent upon us to really proactively address those infrastructure concerns now rather than waiting for the consequences of increased Caltrain traffic later. I think it also is going to be able to encourage more public transit use by both reducing the length of bus rides by 5 to 8 minutes and making it easier for bicyclists to get to the station. And we all know, I mean, the easier and faster we can make public transit, the more people are going to want to be able to use it, which will mean less traffic congestion. And of course, more importantly, less GHG emissions, which will help us on our 80 by 30 goals. And finally, and even if the Quarry Road intersection is not more dangerous than other intersections, bicycle and pedestrian safety is a real key concern for the city. And this seems to not only make it a safer intersection, but a much more convenient intersection. I don't know how bicyclists kind of navigate that at the moment. I've never even tried, but hearing some public testimony tonight was convincing there. So overall, I think the benefits outweigh the bad of losing the parkland here. Though, like I said, I do think this is going to be a difficult thing for the voters to accept, and I hope Stamford is going to be able to do more that they can do in order to help win the voters over. And I think showing that goodwill through a land swap or really taking on a sizable contribution into this project would really go a long ways. But I think it's a good project, and I think it'll be an ultimate improvement for our public transportation here in Palo Alto. So with that, Councilmember.
Yeah. Okay. So I would like to move the staff recommendation, which is to adopt a resolution of intention to undedicate a portion of El Camino Park that's necessary for the new transit connection at Quarry, which is detailed in attachment E.
Second.
Okay, and I'll just add a few additional comments. So the question as to what's the benefit to the public, because we would be giving up a third of an acre of what is basically undeveloped parkland. It's not really utilized as parkland, but it's not developed. It's and it's contiguous and part of El Camino Park today. And basically, a significantly improved transit center is a real public benefit. When we think about all the ways in which transit use is important and valuable to our community, it results in less traffic, less parking demand, fewer greenhouse gases and other emissions, and supports economic development. We've heard that our downtown or our Palo Alto TMA last year in the budget cycle, a number of small businesses came forward and said transit passes through the TMA have been vital toward employee retention, which is so important for them staying in business. And I do want to say that there were questions made about the bike circulation and pedestrian circulation. That's extremely important and needs to be worked out as part of the plan and not an afterthought. The design for the improvements at Quarry Road in and of themselves will be improvements. Right now, folks coming from the hospitals and the shopping center really have to kind of navigate that whole intersection in a way that isn't particularly safe. But for me, even more important is the north-south bike route. Coming from Menlo Park across the bridge, there are two different bike paths that enter this area, but the one closest to El Camino goes off into Stanford University and doesn't head southward and connect with the bike path that begins immediately south of the station. And there's a second one that runs up against the tracks and currently runs into a closed fence. We need to improve the bike circulation as part of this. It's going to be a very important part of the plan, and I'm confident we'll do that. So for those reasons, I support the staff recommendation.
Councilor Hames, would you like to speak to your second?
No, I've said what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And any discussion? Councilmember Koo.
So everything that Councilmember Burt said in his motion is exactly why this should happen. However, I don't like how it is happening without addressing the property ownership as well as making sure whether it's a lease or easement. So I do believe that undedicating it and taking this piece where it is actually, there are some less use on it for parkland because of electric boxes and so forth that is situated there. However, I don't like the cart before the horse, and I would prefer to be reassured about how this property is going to be in terms of ownership. So I am not going to be supporting this.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, let's take the vote.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
No.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-1. Ku no, and Vice Mayor Lowing absent.
Great, thank you. Okay, it is 10:26. We have one more item. I'd recommend, I know we have a lot of public interest and commenters here. Recommend we take the staff presentation, take public comment, and then we can see what time it is and see if there's interest and ability on council to keep going. Okay, great. See no objection, then we'll do the staff presentation.
Good evening. Amy French, Chief Planning Official. Thank you for sharing my presentation. We're here today, a little over 2 years after council directed staff to move ahead. If you could forward to the next slide. With a relook at the eligible properties found eligible in the 1997 to 2000 survey. They were found eligible then for National Register. The 2023 survey, as we call it, took place over 2023. We had several community meetings in the evening. We had 4 Historic Resources Board meetings. We signaled that the HRB would, and they took a vote to not forward any properties which the owners objected to listing. And then shortly before the packet was published, there was a pivot where we reached out and found phone numbers and tried desperately to actually talk to people because the certified letters we'd been sending out, we hadn't, a little loud over here. We had been sending out certified letters and not hearing back. As of this date, we still have not heard back from 35 property owners as a result of that outreach. But we do have owners that have opted in. Those are the properties in front of you tonight. We have 13 private property owners that made the deadline of the packet publication and 3 city properties. We have several other properties in the wings that do also want to be listed, but those did not make the cutoff. Next slide, please. We have the 3 properties owned by the city, 201 Alma. You referred to that tonight even. It's the park over there with the water tower. Eligible for listing as a category 1 on the local inventory property. So the HRB and the consultant made it their business to study and make sure that these categories that are in our municipal code were met. So category 1 is the highest level of historic property. And there are criterion under which each of these are evaluated against and meet. Next slide. The next property is 2601 East Bayshore, the ITT building. And for the reasons stated on the slide, exceptional building, also category 1. The HRB held that back so that they could hold a longer session on this particular item because there had been removal of buildings there and some question about asbestos and such. Next. The third city property is the cistern and pump house. That's a category 2 recommendation. And again, city beautiful movement. And this is under category criterion 1 and 2. Next slide. These are the 13 properties that opted in. In other words, they confirmed that they are fine with being listed on the city's local inventory. Again, all of these properties have been, since the year 2000, listed in the state's records as historic properties. So now we're just looking at the local inventory. There are 2 properties at the bottom of the screen that did not make that deadline for the packet publication. So we've told them they can, if the council so chooses, allow them to come back in a consent calendar in August with others that may also come forward. Next slide. These are just images of the 13 private properties. Next slide. More images. Those are the 13 properties. So our next steps, next slide. Again, we would recommend the council place on the inventory the 13 private properties and the 3 public properties, city-owned, and continue to hear back, hopefully, from property owners who are considering and waiting to contact us in response to our outreach, and come back with additional property owners that have opted in the near future. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Let's go to public comment. How many commenters do we have?
We currently have 7 requests to speak.
Okay. And if it stays below 10, we'll do 3 minutes each.
Excuse me, Mayor, we actually have 1 group of 5, and with it, that means a total of 12.
Okay. 2 minutes for the individual speakers, and let's go 6 for the group.
Our first speaker is John B.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is John Bard. I own a property at 947 Waverly Street. We're on the eligible list, but we chose to object to being placed on the final inventory. I do appreciate the process that was set up to review the results from the 2000 survey and to renew that in 2023. The process was a bit difficult at first, but I think with public input, the HRB did a good job of accommodating what the community really wanted, the community of property owners really wanted. I think that going forward, it would be important for the council to direct the HRB to be more explicit in the requirements that they have for placing properties on the list, and to guarantee or affirm that it would take owners' approval to be placed on the list going forward. I think there was a lot of ambiguity about whether the council or the HRB might move forward with a recommendation over the objections of owners, or if the owners didn't opt in. And I think that should be made more clear going forward in the future. I also think you should review what incentives the city might be able to offer properties that agree to be on the list. One of the things that we found was that it's more of the process was more of trying to convince owners that there was value to being placed on it, when I think a lot of the owners see that, in fact, it reduces the property value, and so they're giving something up, and there's not a clear benefit to owners to be designated on the list. For me, I love my historic home. I want to preserve it the way it is. I want to preserve it for the long term, but I don't see an incentive to actually having my house designated to that if that's going to cause problems with resale at some point in the future, or make it more difficult for me to add improvements to the home. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Darlene Y.
Darlene Yapley, Honorable City Council. For most of us, our homes are our most consequential asset. Regarding staff recommendation 1, If you choose to add 16 properties with owner consent, we further request that council direct staff to update the ordinance that applications for historic listing must have owners opt in. This would reflect the outcome that council, HRB, and staff require opt-in, and you will not override the owner objections. To protect our property rights, we participated in a 1+ year process characterized by Palo Alto Online as heated hearings. An information meeting, one of 3 HRB meetings for your property based on your grouping, the objectors meeting, understanding the survey on your property and website. Some had meetings with staff, submitted an objection letter, and today we're here. Please ensure this unnecessary, onerous, and stressful process for everyone is not repeated. Update the ordinance to be opt-in. It's what you're doing in practice. Regarding staff recommendation 2, if you choose to direct staff to continue outreach, then we request council to direct staff to remove objecting properties from the eligible list. We opted out, we want out. Just being on the eligible list could compromise the value of our property, especially since there are 2 eligibility lists already, the California list and the national list. The city uses these to restrict changes to historical properties. City does have the authority to remove properties from this eligible list. That is not true for the other 2 lists. Take us off the eligibility list, vastly reduce the process with the same outcome by requiring owner opt-in. The result is the same. It gives you clarity and predictability for real estate processes, eliminates the fear of government overreach, and addresses the concern of arbitrary and capricious interpretation of a
Your time
historical
is
property. Thank
up.
you.
Our next speaker is Amy S.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Amy Song. I'm a realtor and I'm also a homeowner in Palo Alto for over 20 years. I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to speak about the item. I am here tonight because our clients reached out to us for help and for support. And as such, a group of 60 local agents, a local active real estate agents answered to the call. And we submitted a letter to the city to answer the call and to support. You should have the letter in your packet. Here, I'm really pleased that the HRB and the staff recommended not to add those homes that are objecting to be included in the list. And I think it's a positive development, it's a step forward. However, I am here, I would like to talk more about this eligible list or the other more ambiguous deemed potentially eligible list that currently is in place, and really nobody knows who is on the list until a homeowner wants to sell their homes or they submit a plan for remodeling, and that is their first awareness of their home being tagged with such a special status. So it is our collective experience in Palo Alto, our professional experience, that a historic designation or even just this potential list or the deemed potential, it creates a huge gray area. And because of that, it can reduce a property value. So you ask, by how much? By how much? I don't have a dollar amount for you, but I can assure you anywhere between 10 and 20%. And that is from my personal experience working with the buyers and sellers in our city. And they are not just a number or just an address. We are talking about somebody's home. They originally purchased or they were born there or whatever. It is a home for them to create their life story and to express their love and identity. And yet there is a restriction from outside, from everywhere that says, thou shalt not, you cannot, you have to conform, you have to have the color, you have to have this. And I think it is really, shocking to begin with. And I do not think it's is consistent with our value. So you see, with a designation like that, without a clear process of understanding how the property was on there to begin with, and if that you found out that you are on this eligible list or deemed potentially eligible list, what do you do? What do you do? What is the final? What is it? What is the final decision? Without a clear process, that it creates uncertainty and anxiety on both the buyer and seller. And uncertainty is the biggest enemy in a marketplace, and therefore a reduced market value, 10 to 20%. I respectfully ask you to think about your own home. Your home, my home, is a private home. It's not a museum to be preserved. And homes are not built to last forever. If there is something that needs to be lasting, I am going to propose, how about a plaque? A plaque that clearly identifies why this home at such a location was well deserving to be preserved and to be remembered and to be admired and to be marveled by many, in the generations to come. Think about that. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer B.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm here to just give my support to the community, the members here in Palo Alto. And the eligible list is something that I'm trying to weed through myself. And so I just wanted to be here. I didn't want to take a lot of time. I wanted Amy to speak, but thank you for letting me say hello. But I give my support to Amy.
Our next speaker is Gautam. Right, moving to the next speaker, Mala N.
Good evening, Mayor Stone. Good evening, all council members. Thank you for the opportunity to present some of my views, frustrations, and just challenges as it pertains to this particular item on tonight's agenda. It's been a roller coaster ride, to put it very mildly, filled with a lot of angst, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of frustration. My name is Malana Simarajan. I, along with my husband, BJ Chakravarthi, we are owners of 546 Washington Avenue in Palo Alto. And it's been a process and one of a lot of uncertainty. The requirements have changed. Things were not made clear to homeowners. It's taken a long time to kind of just understand what was required of homeowners, what the real issue, the core issue was, and really what the challenges that we were trying to wade through. So that being said, as a property owner, the eligible list, the eligible for historical inventory list, it's a new categorization. And one of the things about it is that it can really be used to restrict owner rights in the future. It can confuse property buyers who really are looking for seeking clarity, predictability, and you just heard Amy Sung talk about uncertainty and what that does. So it really serves no useful purpose for owners who have objected, who have openly, consistently objected to being on the inventory list, and now there's a eligible list to which I, wholly as a property owner, do object my property to be on. And placement on this list really subjects us to losses in home and property values. And the saddest part, in addition to that, is that it is another example of blatant government overreach. And so I definitely urge the council members and the mayor, please do consider the
Your
removal of
time
this
is up.
list, the removal of the eligible list. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael D.
I'm sorry, I just had to unmute. I'm Michael Dreyfus. I'm a realtor. I've sold over 400 homes in Palo Alto. I've had a historic house in Palo Alto. And what I'd like to discuss is my concern that by limiting this agenda item, the 16 people that agreed to historic status, you're ignoring the process that is trying to force homeowners into historic status, and a process that is dramatically affecting people's lives and the value of their homes. And I know no one likes to hear about the value of their homes for some reason, but when I'm selling a house for a person that needs to go into senior living, that needs money to have care, and they're already paying a 36% capital gains, and Amy is right, it's another 20% with any sort of historic status, they're losing 56% of the value of their house going in, and they're not left with any money. They're not left with enough money to do what they want to do. And I think it's something that all of you have to think about very seriously, is that you are actually really affecting people's lives with this capricious and arbitrary, designation of historic status that has no real guidelines, has no real guidance for us as realtors to what we can tell people they can do with a house. And I've been there myself. I sat in a historic review for my own house for a remodel and watched HRB. The first half of the people tell me I could do one thing. Second half of the people tell me I can do another thing. And I walked out with complete uncertainty. And that's been really what's been going on for 25 years since Palo Alto rejected a historic ordinance, which now is ad hoc and a shadow ordinance. And you guys have to start thinking about this and dealing with it and not limiting us in these situations to 16 homes being approved, because this process had a bunch of other people that went through this, objected to it, and it needs to be dealt with. And it needs to be dealt with now.
Our next speaker is Lynn.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I represent owner for 212 Emerson Street. As we just received the certified letter last week with the thorough research, we would like to opt out, and we're turning our objection letter. And we really echo the previous speakers. And I would really beg the council members to reconsider the project integrity, as according to the recent slide, we had 83 objections out of 88 properties. That's very significant. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on action item 12.
Great. Thank you to all the public speakers who stayed up to speak. We'll close again on 11 o'clock. I think this could become a pretty technical, challenging issue. So wondering if, and I don't believe, City Manager, this is timely in any way.
Well, it was noted that we have our consultant and HRB members present, but again, not time sensitive in terms of the action.
Okay, I mean, council members don't feel like they have many questions or discussion, we can power through. But if we think this is going to turn into a very kind of technical, process-oriented discussion, then might be challenging at this hour. Any thoughts? Yeah, council member.
Well, I maybe we can get some straw indications. I'm ready to accept the recommendations with the properties who have voluntarily accepted to be in and move forward on those properties.
It's generally where I am. Councilmember Koo?
Generally, yes, I would agree with, and I do agree to move these properties forward, especially since the owners had said that they opted in. However, I do have questions for staff, if you allow. Mayor?
Well, just trying to kind of gauge how long this discussion might go on. Is it?
I think it's not so much a discussion, it's more about why are the ones that have already said that they do not want to be on the list, why are they not part of this report so that we can take them off the eligible list? I think they've already indicated it. They submitted their objections, and I don't understand why it's not part of this report. And when will it be brought forward to us at that point? I mean, when will those that have objected and said they don't want to be on the list brought forward to us?
At this point, I think looks like we're moving forward and we're going to handle it tonight. So go ahead and answer the question.
So there is no local eligible list. There was a list of properties that was whittled down from 165 to 147, something like that, because of the demolition. So those came through. Those were placed on a document where you could look up your property. The HRB handled those in 3 meetings, receiving objections along the way. That list doesn't live on as eligible unless somebody comes forward and says, I would like to be on the inventory. Then we can go find that list. Other than that, there's no change to the National Register eligible property list. That's not a list that we maintain. That's a list from the National Register eligible, unrelated to the local register, right? So that's not a process that we're in.
Is the property profile online where people can access? Does that still state in the category that is eligible?
We have not stated local eligible property. It's only stated, National Register eligible. That's a different category than local eligible. So we're not here to modify the National Register eligibility from 2000. That time frame. We are here looking to put them on the inventory. It's either on the inventory for the local and needs to follow our ordinance, or it's not on the local inventory and doesn't need to follow our ordinance.
Yeah, I think that this still warrants further understanding and also more discussion on this, because it does create, even being on the national, how did it get to national is still a national list, is still a concern. And it creates a lot of angst amongst property owners over here. So I know that the mayor and my council colleagues are looking to move forward on what is in this report, but I do think it does deserve to come back soon in order to address how did it get on the national in the first place, and why is it if it's not on the local?
I'd also like to take the opportunity to state that some of the angst that happens in the community around real estate has to do with this category called potentially eligible, which is basically unevaluated properties that were built before 1948. That causes some confusion where we say, well, would you like us to have our consultant go see if it actually is eligible? And most of the time it comes back as not eligible. So I know that there's confusion in the community about the potentially eligibles as well.
Yeah, we'll do. Yeah, I mean, in a round of questions, comments, or motions. Councilman Tanaka?
Yeah, I have the same concern as Councilman Koo on this one. So so there's like a deemed potentially eligible that shows up on a parcel report. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's a vestige from the 1997 survey where there was a windshield survey that captured thousands. And so that's noted as potentially eligible. It's different than eligible.
Because I think practically our process is, and this is from what I understand from what you guys presented, is that people have to opt in, right? If they don't opt in, they're not going to be marked historic, right?
If they do not opt in, they will not be placed on the local inventory that's subject to our municipal code.
Okay, so that's practically what happened. So why don't we make the whole thing opt-in? So there's no cloud over any property, right? Why can't we just have it so that that if you want to do it, you submit it proactively, but there's no one reaching out to them. You're not listed on some sort of list. There's no deemed potentially eligible list or anything funky like that. Just make it so that if you want to be on the list, you submit your property, you maybe go in front of the HRB or whatever it takes, but you have to proactively do it versus right now, it seems like you have to kind of complain to get off a list.
Well, we were in an intense survey process just about that, the 2000 survey. So that's what we were doing, just limited to that. We won't be doing this again. I mean, this is just
okay. Well,
going backwards in time.
Maybe everyone that hasn't proactively said they want to be on this list should be off the list, right?
We will not maintain a local eligibility list. That's not what we're doing. If there's already the national eligible list that's been there that we're not touching.
Okay, but why is, okay, so I didn't quite understand. So why is there something listed on a parcel report that says deemed potentially eligible?
That's been used since the comp plan was passed in 2017. End of 2017, there was a policy on there that said L7.2 that said, you know, if somebody wants to demo their property and it's potentially eligible, older than, you know, a certain date, basically is how we interpreted that. Then we will find out if it's historic, because it's a discretionary process to go through it for homes, at least for 2-story homes. So we find out if it's historic. Often it's not. Then we move ahead and issue the demo permit and the new home.
Okay, but I thought I'm a little confused. I thought what has to happen is someone has to say that they want the property in, but you're saying it's in there no matter what, or?
Often we have people wanting to sell their property and they want to know categorically, is it or isn't it? The potentially is the cloud that is confusing. So they want to know, is it or isn't it?
Well, I'm thinking that just to make it less confusing, this like unless you step up and say, I want it, you're just off, right, automatically. So people, and you just have to if you want to be on there, you have to proactively do it, because that's kind of like what the process is right now, correct?
So if I, Councilmember, we're talking about a bunch of lists, and there's a distinction between the different lists that are relevant to this topic. If we go back to, I think it was last year when we received, or 2 years ago, maybe it was 2022, we received council direction. That was on a very discrete list of 160 properties that were deemed eligible for national or state designation. And of that 160 some odd properties, the council asked us to go back and reevaluate those to see if they remained eligible. And if they did, to put them on a local list as a local historic resource. That's the exercise that this report transmits to the council. We went through that process. We studied the 160 some odd properties. We found out that 140 some odd were remaining. And of that 140, some 80 or so property owners objected to wanting to be listed as a local landmark under the city's rules. Half of the remaining, or not quite half, no, 13 of the remaining plus 3 city properties did not have affirmatively indicated an interest in local listing. Right. The balance, then, we don't know. They've not said yes, they've not said no.
Okay, I mean, it could be the hour, but it strikes me as really complex. Why don't we just make it simple, where if you want to be on the list, you apply, and then you can go through the HRB, but right. why go through this whole process?
So if I just have one more sentence on my response. What you're bringing up is, and what Amy has brought up is this idea of potentially eligible. That is not a part of this exercise or discussion. I'm hearing clearly from you and from Councilmember Koo that maybe there should be a conversation about what could happen to those properties on that list, but that's not what this item is before the council. And we would need to go back and understand, the implications or even our authority to address that. Because these aren't, this really stems from a state law, the California Environmental Quality Act, and the need to assess whether a certain property is a historic resource. And this is not a standard that the city just arbitrarily establishes. This is a standard by which trained professionals make a determination. And it's true, you could have competing determinations by different experts, but that's played out through any other process that we have. But I want to just underscore that that has not been and is not part of the conversation, or at least a part of the action item that's before the council today. I'm hearing the concern. I also heard Amy acknowledge the concern, and we're happy to speak with the realtors group to discuss it further so that we can minimize to the extent possible any confusion. But the item tonight is really about the 16 properties and whether or not we want to list those as local landmarks.
So the 16 properties, the owners have affirmatively signed to say they want it. So there's no question at all. And everyone else is going to be released from being historic. Is that basically the idea?
They won't be considered a local landmark. They are not going to be designated a local landmark. They will remain eligible for listing at the California or national standard. That has not changed from today, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. That has been the standard since 1999 and 2000. For those 160 properties, they were already identified as eligible. We went and reassessed them, and now there's only 147 or so that are eligible. Nothing has changed with respect to those properties and their status.
Okay. Wow. Okay, I can see why people are really confused. So to me, I think I think we should clear this up, right, as part of this motion, so that it does not cloud over people's head, because like a lot of people said, this is a lot of people's most valuable asset, and this kind of definitely caused some issues. So I don't know if we're going to get there tonight because it's pretty late, but I, for one, would like to, I'm okay with the 16 if they've actually confirmed, but I think we need to clean this up and make the process much more clear and make sure that nobody has to struggle to get off the list. So anyway, that's where I am.
Councilmember Banker.
Thank you. That cleared up a lot of my questions, but maybe I can try to recap to make sure I got where we are. Okay, so we looked at the 160, you found 140-ish were still around. We had 80 some objections. We have 13 plus 3 city ones that affirmed. And so basically we have 47 left that were on the list, and we have neither affirmed nor objected, and they're just hanging out there. Okay, so that's really, I think, where the rub is here. So I guess just to clarify their status, they were on some list from long ago because somebody took a look and said there's national and state standards and they appear to be eligible to meet those. That list still exists somewhere, but it's not, it's not a new list? Is it a Palo Alto list? Like, I don't even know, can you take someone off the list? Because they either comply with it or they don't. Like,
The list is with the state Office of Historic Preservation. They've had it since 2000. All of these are in their database as historic properties.
So would I understand correctly that we couldn't take them off the list if we wanted to?
It's a process that would involve the Office of Historic Preservation.
And do the owners do that, or do we? Who does that? Who would have to do that?
We'd have to look into it. I have our consultants here that may have had that experience in other cities, but we haven't done that.
But that's not something we affirmatively did. What we did is tried to notify people here that they were on this list.
We sent them notices for this survey, 2023, certified notices that they were being considered for placement on the local inventory, and we were looking at which category they would fit in on our local inventory.
Got it. So they were already on this
state and or federal lists. And so what you're saying is, hey, we could put you on our local inventory.
Right, because we have incentives that some people don't think are worth it, but you have to be on our local inventory in order to get the perks in our ordinance.
So the 47, we were trying to say, hey, here's incentives. Some people are saying, we don't want them. We don't want to get on the HRI, the historic inventory.
Right.
And we say, okay. And so we should make that super clear. And then the question is, does that list sort of hang around somewhere afterwards? That appears to be the concern. And, I don't know if that list is any different than the state or national lists is what I'm trying to understand.
It's different because it's not, it's a document that showed which hearings these properties were going to, the 3 hearings at the HRB that said, you can go click on your property and we're going to talk about this at this meeting and this at this meeting. So that's only existing as part of the 2023 survey. It doesn't really live on as a list per se, unless somebody comes forward and says, I want to be on the local inventory.
Okay, that was exactly my question is, does it live on? And if the answer is no, we now throw away the list, we're done with the process. That seems to be addressing some concerns because it's not, to the extent it's our list, we get rid of the list. To the extent it's a state or federal list, we can't, it's not our issue. I do want to say that I am sorry for the confusion in this process. I'm sorry that it took so long and there was such anxiety in our community. I think part of it is that we were evolving and we've now evolved to the place where staff is recommending something slightly different than HRB did, which is to sorry, I've just lost it. But anyway, it's more of what the community and residents want. So I do appreciate staff, you listening and hearing and responding to that in that way. So the list will not live on. And the only question is, do you contact the 47 people one more time over the next 2 months? Is that what I read in your report as to what your suggestion was?
So when you say the list does not live on, it's the list for local designation.
The local list does not live on.
That's correct. It's a moment in time, and after this process, we could be done. We have already begun the process of reaching out to the other 47 or so. There's 2 properties that are interested in being listed that are not a part of the action tonight. There may be more. We heard from a public commenter this evening who is on that list of 47 who declared very clearly that they do not want to be on that list and they will not be on.
So I guess what I would support is the staff recommendation with the list not living on after the 60-day additional attempts to note and to come back to us one more time with those couple and any others, and then we pitch the list. I don't know the right words for that, but that's conceptually what I think I would support. And I think that's what you're recommending, I think.
That's what we're recommending.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember.
I thought we were going to have a motion there.
I could move, I just don't have the right words if you want to move. All right, good, whatever.
Well, I want to move the staff recommendations and this last question about whether we would curtail any other pursuit of these remaining properties after 60 days or something. Is that already part of the staff recommendation? So that's covered. All right. So I will move the 2 staff recommendations.
Second.
Okay. And I don't have any other comments.
Councilman Wenger, speak to your second.
No, thank you. I think I did.
Okay. Councilman Tanaka.
Yeah, 2 quick questions. So how much are we paying the consultant for this process?
We got some offset.
Yeah, so Ms. French noted that there were some funds that were provided because we are a local CLG organization that the state we used some state grant money, but we would have to get back to the council on the exact dollars that we've spent, but we're happy to do that.
Okay, great, thank you. And then what's the process to remove the deemed potentially eligible from the parcel report? How can people do that?
No, so again, potentially eligible means unevaluated, built before 1948. So this is the windshield survey that is in our GIST system. And so, it's long been a concern that it's just hanging out there. And what does it mean, right? It confuses people. So I think this is something that we can talk about internally about how we might remove those from our GIST system.
Okay. Can we
Not
ask
show
staff,
them anymore? I don't know.
can we ask staff to do that just so that we don't have so many people super confused as to what's going on?
What that would mean is that when, this policy 7.2 is just an internal discussion about that, but it is part of the comp plan that says we should evaluate before we issue demolition permits to see if it is historic.
Okay. Can we ask staff to kind of study a process so that people can, we can figure out a way for people to get removed from this, or for us to automatically remove them? Is that a possibility?
Well, again, it's been on a case by case. So generally it's a kind of a small fee for an owner to find out definitively if it's historic or not. And, we report this out every year in our annual report to the state, all of the properties that were found.
Okay. But
and then we remove them from our GIST system once we've determined that it's not historic.
Okay. And we just can't do it automatically and go back to a proactive approach?
So
it would take resources to have a qualified professional do that.
I see. Okay.
So yeah, just to echo that, staff resources, consultant resources, and it would take a fair amount of time to do that. And it would be work that we would want to have the council prioritize to our other work plan items.
So I mean, it's probably too much to do tonight, but can we ask staff to look at a potential process? I mean, so not actually do the work, but to kind of scope it out, and then council can figure out whether to prioritize it or not. To basically study it, right?
Yeah. Well, so I guess, yeah, I mean, we can do a little bit of work to understand sort of what would be involved in something like that. And then perhaps through the budget process, as we're looking at work that we're doing, if the council were inclined, you could use that opportunity to make some adjustments to our work plan.
Okay. So I wanted to see if the maker and secretary might be open to doing something like this so that people in our community don't have this overhang.
You would have to recommend an amendment.
Does staff have a recommended amendment that would be good for this motion?
I'm sorry, Councilmember, I don't want to appear not helpful, but I don't have one. I mean, this isn't something, I mean, to me, this really strikes to the core of the Historic Resources Program as limited as it is in Palo Alto. And I think there probably is a council conversation that would be beneficial to have to give staff that direction.
Okay. I'll take a stab at one, and maybe people can figure out a better one. Ask staff to study the possibility of a process for people to get removed on the deemed potentially eligible from the partial reports. And I realize this is probably not the best, but if anyone has better suggestions, I'm open to it.
Council members, Mayor, may I make a suggestion to Council Member Tanaka?
Sure.
Council Member Tanaka, if you'd consider the amendment to say instead that direct staff to return on the consent calendar, indicating all the property owners who objected to being placed on the historical list.
I think that's a different intent from Councilmember Tanaka's.
Okay.
It's two different things.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I imagine staff could just do that anyways, right?
So did you want to keep yours? Because I'm just kind of thinking about the people who have objected, and I'm trying to ensure that they have some reassurance that they are no longer on a list, there's no more list, and that they were not on the historical, they won't be considered for any historical preservation.
I'm totally for that. I'm 100% supportive of that. I also just want to make it easy for people where they don't have to do a bunch of rigmarole to get off some sort of list.
Director Lay?
Yeah, I guess if there's a second, I can speak maybe to the amendment.
Yes.
I would welcome you speaking to the proposed amendment before I determine whether to accept it.
Great. So Mayor, if I may. So just on the exchange a moment ago between council members Tanaka and Ku. So there is the list of potentially eligible properties is a local list. And that's where I thought Councilmember Tanaka was talking about us looking at a process to examine whether or not we can have people be removed from that list, wholly or individually. All the properties are just folks who wanted to just come off it. Councilwoman Ku noted that she might want to extend that to the 147 properties that were still deemed eligible. That list we do not have control over because that's the state. So that's the distinction I wanted to make.
Can I just clarify the 147? So we have about 88 that had objected to being on the list.
Yes.
And have written in saying that they object. So those are the people that I was referencing to bring back with their addresses that says that they have chosen to object and are not, they have chosen not to be on the list, and they have made objections, written objections, and they're going to be completely off and not considered on the local list ever.
Oh, yes. So just on the local designation, I don't want to say ever because I don't want to bind, future councils and future decision making, but we are not going to pursue that. By the council's action tonight on the staff recommendation, that closes that part of this effort. We're not going to reassess or reevaluate the properties that have been the owners who have explicitly stated that they do not want to be a part of it. For us, that's a resolved issue, and we're not pursuing that anymore. But to the extent that those properties are listed on the state or national eligibility list, they just would stay on that.
That's a different topic. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I get it. I just want to give them reassurance that they're not considered in any way on the local list as eligible. So if that is understood,
we're totally in agreement with you.
Oh, so as further reassurance, can we just bring those ones who have objected on a consent calendar showing their addresses are not on the local list?
So with this action that's before the council tonight, this project is essentially over.
It's a moot point.
It's a moot point.
Director Late, on the proposed amendment, are you comfortable with coming back at some point in time with whatever evaluation you've made on alternatives that we might take?
Yes.
Okay, I'll accept the amendment.
Before I do, I thought the process for removing your property from our list is to say, I object, and you're off, right?
So this is a discrete item that we're talking about. with respect to the council's direction from a couple of years ago that said, take a look at the 160 properties, and if they're still eligible, let's consider putting them on our local inventory. That's the process we've done.
Yeah.
Now what we're talking about is something different. We're talking about a database of properties that are potentially eligible for listing. And this was done.
This was part of the 1997 survey. So that at that time, the properties were all built before 1948. When you say potentially eligible, it's basically saying unevaluated properties that are old enough to be a CEQA historic resource, but they haven't been evaluated.
And they're flagged on our database. And so that's creating a lot of anxiety.
I see. So this isn't about the 167 or the 47 or any of these. This is about the larger list from previously that wasn't the subject of the thing tonight, but we're asking for a process to get off of the bigger potentially eligible list from earlier. Is that it?
You lost me at a couple lists, but it sounds about right.
Ms. French thinks I'm right. Okay, so this is the older, larger list. How to get off the older, larger, potentially eligible list, not the 147 list. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, fine, I accept it.
And this will just call into question whether, we'll need to, as part of this amendment, we will want to explore the comprehensive plan policies that are in the code that asks us to do the very thing that we're being asked to maybe reverse. But we'll cover that when we come back with options.
Okay, so that's been included in the motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's call the vote.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yes.
Motion carries 601, absent Lowing.
Great. Thank you, everyone. We are adjourned.